conferences, but we are focusing in the classroom situations also. Now, the future plans of GERA, just in a minute, I will tell you that we will be establishing open access digital platforms, and annual conferences will be organized to share cutting-edge research. We will encourage research that addresses local educational challenges and support research in diverse regions to highlight community-based innovations. The another plan of GERA is to encourage interdisciplinary teams to develop integrated solutions for contemporary educational issues, besides promoting environmental awareness and sustainability in education curriculum. So, therefore, I request everyone to join GERA with us for global change in education system and contribute to this wisdom society. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for setting the time for today's meeting to discuss us. And I just humbly request Professor S. Multaji, who has joined us in online mode, President GERA, for our welcome address.
Thank you. A warm and pleasant good morning to all of you friends who are attending this conference offline as well as those who are connected with this event. I am profusely elated to take this opportunity to welcome Professor Pankaj Arora, Chairman of NCT and Chief Guest of the Day, whose visionary leadership in teacher education continues to guide national reforms. His presence enriches our conference and inspires our collective commitment to advancing quality education and professional excellence. It is a matter of great honor for me to welcome you, sir. Another dignity connected with us is Professor Sudha Kamath, a distinguished academician and pioneer in educational technology. She is well known all over India for her rare contribution to the National Education Policy 2020. Madam, we feel elated that you are here with us today online. Madam, your keynote address will outline the path for participants and the conference organizers. Friends, the entire GERA fraternity and the delegates are privileged to welcome Professor R.P. Tiwari, who is the chief patron of GERA also, and the Vice Chancellor of Central University of Bathinda. His insightful leadership and academic distinction and unwavering support greatly strengthen this conference and inspires our active pursuit for educational excellence. I welcome you, sir. Your insightful opening remarks will guide us on the path to resolve issues related to the holistic perspective of education. Above all, I congratulate and welcome Professor Jagtar Singh Thiman, a well-known agriculture scientist and currently Pro-Vice Chancellor of Guru Kashi University, Sabo, who will deliver the Professor Pathak Memorial Lecture. Friends, we welcome Dr. Bhupinder Singh, founder CEO of 2nd-3rd, whose tech industry innovations and generous sponsorship have significantly strengthened our conference. He is the person who has sponsored this conference. Thank you, sir, and welcome. Esteemed friends on the dais, your guidance and good words will pave the way for researchers and teachers to delve deep into the solutions to the problem related to sustainable climate and resilience. I am grateful to the Central University of Bathinda for hosting this international conference and providing the platform to use the facilities they have created. I am grateful to the international well-known experts from India and abroad for their participation in this conference. They are from renowned centers of knowledge and learning from the places like America, Canada, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and United Kingdom. We look forward to hearing from these experts on the issues that remain critical to the survival of the mankind while they face different challenges of the climate. We all are encouraged by the presence of Professor S.K. Baba, Vice Chancellor of Kashi University, and our country president at this conference. A rare example of a courageous lady who is not only expert educationist but also well known for knowing all the nitty-gritties of organizing conference. I welcome all the team GERA members in the conference, especially Dr. Subhashini Pasi, who is the soul behind the conference and carries out the message of late Professor Pasi. I welcome you, madam. I welcome the Faculty of Education at the Central University of Bathinda, especially Dr. Shamsheer Dhillon, whose continuous hard work has made this conference possible. It is my pleasure to welcome all the participants to the 2025 International Conference. I welcome all the eminent scholars, speakers, and guests from across the country, the diverse walks of life who are here on this platform to share their knowledge and vast experience. The students and the community who has come to learn all these. Distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, and dear colleagues, it is my privilege to welcome you all, especially this gathering on the theme Education for Sustainable Climate and Resilience, a humanistic perspective. We are meeting at a time when the world is witnessing unprecedented turbulences, nations locked in conflict, economies strained by the trade disputes, societies shaken by accelerating climate uncertainties. World political leaders today seem less committed to collective welfare and are increasingly distancing themselves from the pursuit of lasting peace. These intertwined crises remind us that solutions cannot emerge from isolated efforts or purely technical interventions. Recently, even the highest court observed that it does not possess a magic wand to resolve the complex issues of climate and resilience. The powerful statement underscores a more profound truth that multidimensional problems require multidimensional thinking. And this is where academia must reach to a PM, and that is how this conference has been planned. As educators, researchers, and institution builders, we carry the responsibility to generate knowledge, purpose, viable pathways, and nurture a generation capable of responding with empathy, innovation, and resilience. A humanistic approach to climate and sustainability urges us to go beyond statistics to understand people, communities, and lived experiences and to embed compassion at the center of the problem. Friends, scholars, and summit also, let this conference be a space where ideas converge, disciplines collaborate, and new insights emerge for building resilient human future. I welcome you all with great warmth and optimism.
So much, sir, for your kind and meaningful words for this conference. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to you. Thank you, sir. So, without any delay, it's my honor to invite Professor Arvind Singhal, Dean in charge academics, Cambridge to Punjab, to kindly deliver the inaugural address.
First of all, good morning to all and welcome to this conference, all the dignitaries on the stage of the dais and all the participants. To this conference on related to environmental sustainability, climate change, from an education perspective and humanistic perspective. So first of all, our Vice Chancellor, Professor R.P. Tiwari, so he has been the guiding light for us in education and all related conferences that we have. So without his guidance, it is very difficult for us to organize a conference of this nature. And he's not able to attend it today, but he will come later and he will also share his thoughts with all of us. So we have today our Professor Pankaj Arora, Chairperson NCT New Delhi. So we really appreciate the time he has taken to come here and provide his insights into the conference topic. And Professor Vasudha Kamath, who has also gracefully agreed to deliver a lecture here, keynote address. And then Professor S.P. Malhotra, President GERA, and last but not least, Professor S.K. Baba, who has been associated with our university for a long time, and she has really helped the university to develop where we are. Not only from education department, but she has been guiding us as IPSC director for a number of years. And after she left the university also, she's always interacting with us in various modes and capacities. And this GERA conference was organized previously also when she was here. And when she was in Guru Kashi University, she organized their event there. So one of the key aspects that I observed that she already discussed is the dialogue mode, which we generally don't see. In many conferences, we give seminars and people are listening at end. We ask the question. Here, it is a totally different concept. So everybody who is involved in that particular talk, they are actively contributing. Not only the person who is delivering. I think that was a very different kind of concept I saw. And I think we are continuing that kind of practice in this, and we hope this kind of aspect also goes to all other conferences that we have. So coming to this topic of climate change, sustainable climate, so this is a topic not only for social sciences, education, and science also, equally for all of us. So this is a multi-dimensional kind of aspect where it's not related only to education, but here we are looking at different aspects, and as you see in the next 2 days, a number of aspects are covered and we have many experts coming and contributing in various ways. So those who are participating, we all hope you learn something new from here and take home and go in a little different direction, maybe a transformational change at your own institutions. That is the whole idea of having a conference like this. And we are also having a lot of interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary kind of interactions. So as I can see in the next few days, there are a number of sessions on traditional knowledge system for sustainable education and how to integrate private and sustainable education into curricula, and a number of other aspects related to NEP 2020. So NEP 2020, we talked about holistic education. So this is also again a platform to how to implement it. So a number of universities have implemented NEP 2020 partially or a little bit more. But now we have to see again, it's changing time. It is like 5 years back the document came. So how we also evolve to get it up to date. Every year, every coming decade, there are a lot of changes, right, in the education. So this particular conference, I think, is very important from that viewpoint. So as we are running late, I am not going to take too much time. So I will conclude my talk here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your basis and inspiring words. Your words not only enriched this conference but motivated us. Thank you, sir. Now, it is my honor and privilege to welcome a distinguished academic leader with great pleasure. I humbly invite Professor Vasudha Kamath, former Vice Chancellor SNDT Women's University Mumbai for the keynote address.
Ma'am, please unmute your mic. Ma'am, please unmute. Ma'am, please unmute.
Ma'am, we request you to unmute your mic. Ma'am, if our voice is audible to you, please unmute your mic.
अनम्यूट हो सकता है यहाँ से? मैं अनम्यूट मेरा म्यूट हो गया।
Now I will share my entire screen and share the PPT. PPT is already open. What is happening? Why you are not able to see that? Okay, are you able to see this?
Yes,
Are you
ma'am.
my screen? Are you able to see the screen?
Yes, ma'am. We are here.
Yes,
Quite,
ma'am.
quite it's visible.
Okay, thank you. Professor Raghavendra Tiwari ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Central University, Punjab, President GERA, all distinguished guests, respected colleagues, delegates from across the world. It is an honor to address this gathering on a theme that is not just relevant but urgent. Education for sustaining climate and resilience. Humanistic perspective. We meet at a time when the world is witnessing climate shocks, extreme weather, ecosystem degradation, and widening inequalities. But we are also living in a time of unprecedented knowledge, innovation, and global cooperation. Education stands at the intersection of these two realities, the crisis and the opportunity. Today, I wish to explore how education system, especially higher education ecosystem, can be reshaped to equip individuals, institutions, and societies within with the knowledge, skills, values, and competencies necessary to navigate and reduce the impacts of climate change. My topic today is From Classrooms to Climate Action, Reimagining Education for a Sustainable World. We all know that in 2015, these 17 SDGs were stated, and from 2016, it all started. The whole world is about going on for achieving sustainable development goals, and by the end of 2030. If you see education and climate action, these two are combined today, but they are very important because all the goals are related to these two. Why this theme matters now? Because climate impacts are accelerating. Because extreme heat, storms, droughts, biodiversity, loss, you name it, and you are observing that. Education systems therefore must prepare learners for uncertainty, adaptation, and stewardship. 2030 is only a few years away. That is why there is urgent need for educational transformation. I was reading about sustaining climate and resilience, and I came across this article, this paper, research paper, written by James Dyke and John Rockstrom. The title itself was very shocking. The world lost the climate gamble. Now it faces a dangerous new reality. They are warning us that the global warming is going to exceed 1.5 degrees Celsius. See, we were into the safe and just operating space. From 1997 to 2015, we moved ahead, and now we are into the zone of increasing risk by 2025. If we still go ahead just like that, then we will be entering high risk zone. But if we follow SDGs, try to achieve those, we may go back in 2050 to net zero condition. So I really urge that SDGs are our survival tools. How does climate change relate to sustainable development? Climate change is impacting public health, food and water security, migration, peace and security, and many other things. So, investments in sustainable development will help address climate change by reducing greenhouse gas emissions and also building climate resilience. That is why I really appreciate the very apt and appropriate timely theme of this international conference. Tackling climate change and fostering sustainable development are two mutually reinforcing sides of the same coin. Sustainable development cannot be achieved without climate action. We have to reimagine education now for achieving these goals. In 2015, the global community adopted these 17 sustainable development goals for a comprehensive roadmap for people, prosperity, partnership, planet, and peace. What is the vision of these goals? Healthy ecosystems, equitable societies, responsible consumption, climate action, sustainable cities, quality education for all, and very important, global partnerships for a better future. Every SDG, you will be very happy to see that every SDG either depends on or contributes to climate resilience. And most importantly, almost every SDG is deeply connected with education. You have education and you start achieving the goals. The vision of SDGs is healthy ecosystems, equitable societies, responsible consumption, climate action, sustainable cities, quality education for all, and global partnerships for a better future. What is sustainability? It's meeting needs of present generation, but without compromising future generation. It balances three pillars: environment, society, and economy. So you will see that attempt should be environmental from social angle as well as from economic angle. Therefore, sustainability and resilience both matter. And why do they matter? Because sustainability prevents future crises, resilience strengthens response to current ones. Together they shape climate literate, adaptive society, which is very important. Education is the bridge connecting knowledge, mindset, and action. Only education doesn't help. We know that, we have seen it. But the change of mindset is very important. Education is the enabler of all SDGs, as I said earlier. It emphasizes education for sustainable development. It builds knowledge, skills, values, and behaviors for climate action. It enables innovation, scientific literacy, critical thinking, and responsible citizenship. If it doesn't, it should start doing that. How education drives sustainability and resilience? We are talking about higher education. Curriculum reforms to integrate climate science and ESG. We should use transformative pedagogy, not lecturing. We should include inquiry, problem solving, action projects, as also very strongly suggested, recommended by the NEP 2020. Vocational and higher education as hubs for green skills. Community engagement for having real impact. We should not be restricted to only to classroom walls. And digital technologies for achieving scale and also inclusivity, reaching all those matter. I wanted to share with you 2 minutes from higher education. I know many universities and higher education institutions are doing, but because of the time shortage, I have taken only 2, just to present to you what universities can do and what they are doing. One example is of SNDT Women's University, Mumbai. They are doing a very good work project in collaboration with City University of New York since 2023. They've installed a solar powered weather station for climate monitoring, and many of our students, not only engineering students, but from other branches, are also involved in climate monitoring, doing research in that. And all our campuses, all 5 campuses, they are involved in community engagements. They conducted an international conference in 2025, but before that in 2024, they also had a pre-conference program where they reached large number of people, making them aware about climate change. Even in the conference, it was not only paper, it was in Vidarbha. It was not only paper reading, but they also tried to involve public, schools, elderly people, young people, to know what it is all about and what is our role into it. The governor of Maharashtra, who is the chancellor of the state university, SNDT Women's University, he also came and he listed that. He said, Bhavishya bachana hai to Paryavaran bachana hoga. If you want to safeguard your future, you must take care of your environment. Another example is from Punjabi University, Patiala. They have established a Center for Restoration of Ecosystem of Punjab. So main aim is ecosystem restoration and climate resilience. Lot many activities are done through this center, Dharti Bachao, eco clubs, environmental education, but basic idea having impact on the sustainable agricultural practices and climate resilience. They are involved in various projects which to restore ecosystem of Punjab. So universities can take up initiatives and do lot many things, taking the curriculum as a core, but extending it to the society to have the environmental changes. Therefore, there is a call to action. SDGs should be achieved by 2030. We have hardly 5 years left. And we all know that education is the multiplier for all SDGs. And that's why universities must lead transformation towards climate ready communities. And that's why I'm very happy and I congratulate Professor Tiwari ji and also President GERA for thinking about this and bringing it to not only to faculty but also taking it to the general public. India can be a global leader in education-led climate resilience, provided we really take it very seriously. I want to share with you a few things to make some impact. These are young Indian climate action leaders. There are many. There are many. I have taken, and they are working in many different areas. I have selected only three: say water conservation, afforestation, waste management, and I will be presenting before you a few examples to show you how young children, how our students can change the world. You may have heard about Prasiddhi Singh because she is also awarded Prime Minister's National Child Award in 2021. She herself has planted 150,000 plants. Amazing. She has established Prasiddhi Forest Foundation. See, I mean, she has reached more than 20 countries with her work. People are getting impacted by the work which she is doing. This is young girl. Now, of course, she's grown up. In water conservation and river restoration, meet Garvita Gulati. She is known as Water Girl of India, and her initiative is Why Waste. She has mobilized millions of people to prevent wastage of water. Wastage of water. She developed an app, very simple behavior changes and mobile app, just to know how much water we have wasted, and that recognition itself impacts the person. Wonderful work she has done. Sneha Shahi is a conservationist. She has led stream restoration programs for urban rivers. She cleared plastic, debris, many things from the river. Now, for example, this river stream actually is a Bukhi stream in Gujarat. So much debris was taken out of this river that it helped the biodiversity itself. The animals there, you see, it is said that crocodile also got their homes back. Wonderful work these young people are doing. Another person is Sundaram Tiwari ji. His initiative is Save Sai River. He walked 750-kilometer journey on foot along the Sai River to raise awareness. He undertook cleanup drives, community mobilization, and planting of over 2 lakh trees. It's not only planting trees, but making people aware about the climate change. Afforestation. Meet Iha Dixit. She has established Green Iha Smile Club. Very smiling young girl, full of confidence. She has established Plant Bank after planting thousands of trees on her own birthdays. She uses Matka method of planting, which requires small amount of water and minimal irrigation. She has established 20 mini forests and 25 medicinal gardens. Great work, great contribution to climate change. Meet Mr. Jadhav Payam. You may tell me that he doesn't look young. Yes, by age he is not looking young, but at heart he is quite young. He single-handedly created the Mulai Reserve, a 550 hectares forest on a river island of Brahmaputra River, Assam, demonstrating the power of afforestation for mitigating climate effects and promoting biodiversity. Great work, and continuously, categorically contributing towards their aim. Afforestation, climate advocacy, meet Lisipriya. Her movement is called Child Movement or Children Movement. She is the youngest Indian climate activist who has campaigned for environmental laws and mandatory climate change education in school nationwide. She addressed world leaders at the UN climate conference. See, she urged UN Secretary General to call a special session of the UN Security Council just to put forward the thoughts for the whole world. You know what she says? It's not my garbage if you are saying that, but it is my planet. That is more important. So, effective slogan she has given. Udit Singhal is United Nations young leader. United Nations has appointed several young leaders who go to different countries and make people aware. His project is glass to sand. We just throw our glass bottles and they go to landfills. He says no glass to landfills. No glass to landfills. He crushes those. He has developed that machinery. Glass to sand. To sand. It becomes a sand and then can be used it because it is a valuable sand. Aditya Mukherjee, he is also into waste management and innovation. He strives for anti-single use plastic. His slogan is, rather his initiative is, refuse if you cannot reuse. Refuse everything which you cannot reuse. And other initiative is Forest of Hopes. He created such an impact that Toronto University president invited him to study at Toronto Trinity College as a president fellow, president scholar. So people recognize it's not only for recognition, truly getting involved into our own um, earth to make it a living place, happy living place. There are many young Indian climate action leaders, many. Why their actions are important? I think there are more for three reasons. One is diverse actions. These young people aren't just planting trees. You have seen that. They are innovating, they are advocating, they are building communities and also educating peers. These models are scalable. Their projects are replicable. Other young people also join them and many of them are doing it. These narratives are very inspirational. These stories show how even children can shape ecological futures. I was thinking all such inspirational stories because there are many. I have taken only 19 here. There are 100. So all such inspirational stories of work under different criteria towards climate sustainability and resilience could be pulled together in ebook format or open education resource. I also asked one of the newspaper here, well, I got so impressed by their work. I knew some of them, but when I read all 1890, I really asked the newspaper, can I start a column from January 2026? I will write about one every week. So they are thinking about it. But the universities can make these starts and reach to their children, to their students. Coming back to what universities can do, now these young leaders are into universities. When they started, they were quite young. So what universities can do, we all know Supreme Court of India has issued a decision to teach environmental education at all programs of higher education. That was in 1991. But universities as usual forgot or didn't give importance. So the Supreme Court again issued directive to UGC in 2003. Are they doing it? And then in 2017 it said, you create a panel of compliance. When I was the vice chancellor, we used to get letters, are you introducing this course, 4 credit course? And we started teaching that very innovatively using online because we could invite many experts. They could show them what is happening in their areas. It's not only lecturing. By lecturing, people will only have information. But you have to really do that action. So environment and policy also says environmental education should include climate change, pollution, waste management, sanitation, conservation, management of biological resources, forest, sustainable development and living. So policy is also well aware and suggesting, strongly recommending that. I think that we as universities, colleges can strengthen teaching towards this and also through our curricula. We can become living labs of sustainability. Anybody can visit our universities and see how we are working for the betterment of uh, society. We can engage communities for real impact. So the 4 credit course is not by lecture, but by action that should be done. Invest in green skills and research. Leverage technology for scale. I was wondering what our universities are really doing. And fortunately, on 18th of November, this 2025, QS World University Ranking was announced, and they have a special area, sustainability. So I started searching for it. I found that there are three major areas which have impact: environmental impact, social impact, and governance. That is for sustainability. And key metrics are for environmental sustainability, environmental education, environmental research. For social impact, they have selected five: equality, knowledge exchange, impact of education, employability and opportunity, health and well-being, and of course, good governance. Keeping these key matrices in mind, they evaluated the universities in the world and gave them the ranks. See the ranks. First 10, selected, I found out first 10, and you can see that university in Sweden has 100% score. Overall score is 100%. And UK, Canada, and Australia are dominating. 10 out of 5 are UK universities. 3 are Canadian and 1 is Australian. I was trying to search where are we, Indian universities. I didn't find any universities in 100 or 200. 205, that number was IIT Delhi. All IITs are really great, so we always look at them like this. But 205 was the rank for sustainability. They are great in academics. Now we have to see sustainability. How do they fare? And of course, we have 1,000 more universities, they must be below them. This really hurt me because I am also from higher education, and I sincerely think that we should, next 5 years, we should really attempt our, using all our might. Many things can be suggested, like campus carbon or campus waste audit, reduction plan, water resilience mapping. They can become mappers, biodiversity hotspots restoration on the campus, in the society nearby, local climate vulnerability and resilience assessment. Do that assessment, ask the students, don't teach that 4 credit course inside the class, plan projects and make information available to everyone in terms of stories, in terms of actions which would impact them, I think I must thank Professor Tiwari ji and also President GERA to think about this international conference to really have impact of not only from Punjab and other parts of the country, but across the world. Many have joined. So I think, can we take whole institution pledge today? Can we commit our institutions to achieve net zero operational emissions by 2035? I'm giving only one example. You can take a pledge which are directly impacting achieving sustainability. And of course, allocate fixed percentage of research funding. Now we have ANRF, Anusandhan National Research Foundation, which was suggested by National Education Policy and immediately implemented by the Government of India, giving 1 lakh crore rupees in 5 years. Now, see, we have funding, but our research also must be towards making India best, making the world best place to live. I think we should leave this conference not with notes, but with a pledge. What is that one thing you will change in your institution tomorrow? Think about it. And thank you so much for patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your meaningful and kind words and to use my creative part for how we can just see your climate and for the sustainability climate goals. Thank you, ma'am, again on behalf of Center to Punjab. Now, it is time to proceed to a moment of honor and recognition. So, I have to announce the name who will be given Lifetime Achievement Award. Before announcing the name, I will try to tell about him a few things. He has authored almost 50 books. And he is a key figure in agricultural science, health, and epidemiology and control. He is Pro Vice Chancellor at Guru Kasim University. Because I'm having sort of time to tell everything about that structure. So, without any delay, I'm just announcing his name. Lifetime Achievement Award goes to Professor Jagtas Bhimaji. So, for I just make a request to make an applause. Yeah. So, for this, I may humbly request Professor Pankaj Arora Chairperson NCPE, CEO Dr. Bhupenji, Infotech and Ment, and GERA President to felicitate this award. So I humbly request Professor Jagtar Singh Manju, please come and receive the award for your meticulous work and research. So as you can see that as the title resonates resounds in our ears, lifetime achievement award. So it is an outcome of lifetime rigorous and meticulous work. So to proceed further, I now humbly request Professor R.K. Vishkaji, Dr. Vijay Sharmaji, and other dignitaries to felicitate our chief guest, Professor Pankaj Arora. And Professor S.K. Bhavan, President GERA, Nagpur, and other dignitaries. Yes, please. I request other dignitaries to join. Dr. Bhupenji. Thank you, everyone. So, it is my privilege to invite CEO of Infotech and Tenment, Dr. Bhupen Singh, for his address.
Presentation भेजी है।
हाँ अच्छा
This is this room full of so many energetic people, full of knowledge, and I'm feeling so honored to be part of it. So just a bit of introduction about myself. My name is Bhupender, and I'm founder of Infotech Entertainment, or sponsor of this Educate 2025, and that is being held at this esteemed university in collaboration with GERA. So a bit about our company. So you might be thinking where this Infotech Entertainment came from. So it is three different aspects. One is info came from information, tech came from technology, and entertainment came from entertainment. So it is a collaboration of all these three. So we've been working with this field for more than a decade and a half. This is our first conference regarding the education in India. So I come from Calgary, province of Alberta, country Canada. And we've been doing it for a long time, but it is such a privilege to do it in India at this esteemed university among all these amazing people. So we have been doing this field for a long time, and we've been doing different work, like into education. We have been sponsoring the kids' education in India and in Canada for a long time. In India, Dr. Kumar is taking care of it, and in Canada, we are offering up to a scholarship of up to 10,000 Canadian dollars for the eligible students. And it's always a good thing to give back to the community, right? So that's what we've been trying to do. And another thing is like, I really want to share my experience. I kind of talk about this climate change because you are always stories here. Look at this, you guys have got stories in that, so I won't be talking about that. But recently I got a chance to have a lunch with this flower man. What a confident woman she is. I learned a lot from her. She's a professional. So yeah, what a learning experience that was. So another thing is like this climate change thing is like it's amazing that how these youngsters are working. I just heard that man talking about it, and these young people who are working so hard for this, they really do understand that it is need of our time. They really want to do it, right? So I'm impressed with all this work these people are doing. So that's amazing. And now I would also like to thank Professor Pankaj Arora, who's a chairperson, Professor Raghavendra Tiwari, the vice chairperson of this Central University of Punjab, Dr. Vijay Sharma Krishna, Professor Ramakrishnan, who's the Dean of In-Charge Academics of this Central University, Professor S.K. Bawa, President of GERA Headquarters, former Vice Chancellor of GKU and former Dean and Professor of this university, and Dr. Shamsher Tilon, Organizing Secretary, Professor David Chauhan, Organizing Secretary of this university, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Joint Organizing Secretary, Professor Vikram Pal Singh, Joint Organizing Secretary. Also, I would like to thank Dr. Kumar and Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, who have been working tirelessly to make this event happen. So I really want to thank you guys, and I'm looking forward to learn a lot from you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words for us. Thank you so much. Now, I am privileged and honored to invite with utmost respect our visionary and eminent scholar in the field of teacher education, Professor Pankaj Arora, Chairperson NCT, in the for the President's address, to bless us with your kind words. Thank you.
Good morning. Namaskar. Professor S.P. Malhotra ji, President GERA, who has joined this conference online. Professor S.K. Babaji, former Vice Chancellor, GKU and President Headquarters, GERA. Professor Vasudha Kamanji, former Vice Chancellor and keynote speaker for this international conference. Professor Tiwari, Vice Chancellor of this prestigious university in Accenture. Professor Dr. Bhupendra Singh Ji, CEO, Calgary. Professor R.K. Usrika, Dean Academic Affairs. Dr. Shamsher Singh, Head and Dean, School of Education. Respected faculty members, international delegates, research scholars, and dear students. It is a privilege to be here this morning for the presidential address at EduCon 2025, being organized by CU Punjab and in collaboration with GERA, a recognized body of teacher education and educationists across the world. सबसे पहले मैं सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पंजाब को बधाई देना चाहता हूं under the dynamic leadership, Central University of Punjab has emerged as a university with vision, with character, and with purpose. I also appreciate GERA, especially Professor S.V. Malhotra ji and Professor S.K. Baba ji for creating a global platform for scholarly dialogue on the utmost needed areas of today's world. GERA's initiatives have brought together educators, policymakers, researchers, and participation from across different countries. Today's theme has been assigned is Education for Sustaining Climate and Resilience, Humanistic Perspective. I give utmost importance to the last part of this title, and that is Humanistic Perspective. इंसानियत का जो नजरिया है पर्सपेक्टिव है वो एजुकेशन को सस्टेनेबल क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन को कैसे प्रिजर्व कर सकता है सस्टेन कर सकता है मिसेस वसुधा कामत जी ने वेरी इंटरेस्टिंगली बहुत सारे यंग लीडर्स को बहुत सारे क्लाइमेट चेंज चैंपियंस के स्टोरीज के थ्रू शी हेल्प्ड अस अंडरस्टैंड द सिग्निफिकेंस इंपॉर्टेंस एंड द वर्क being undertaken by different champions in this world. I am told that climatic change is reshaping our world, and we have witnessed only 15 days back, in last fortnight, we have witnessed conditions of Sri Lanka, Thailand, Ethiopia, volcano eruption, and lot of floods across the world this year, which is alarming us that these biodiversity, which is declining, is a distant, not only a distant problem, but this has become an everyday challenge of our life. In such a moment, the role of education is central. Mahatma Gandhi reminded us very extremely relevant quote: "Earth provides enough for every man's need." Now it is humans' hunger, humans' own petty interest that we are exploiting the natural resources. The Gandhiji's quote remain moral compass for all of us. And our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, made climate responsibly, he suggested that climatic responsibility is a national movement and each one of us should participate in it. Through Mission Life, which is lifestyle for environment, International Solar Alliance, G20 presidency has seen a change in the education sector as well as in global context, global commitment and COP summits. Now Modi ji has emphasized that climate action will succeed only when each one of us participates in it. His vision reflects the belief that sustainable future is possible not only through education, not only through community, but through a lifestyle, a climate-friendly approach adopted by each one of us. And today's conference directly contributes to that vision. Now, as I suggested, the last part of the conference attracts me the most, humanistic perspective. Why it matters? Humanistic perspective reminds us that climate resilience is not only a technical or scientific task, it is a human's responsibility. It asks us how we treat our environment. The young girl which was shown by Professor Kamath, who has planted 150,000 plants in early years of her life. Now, this is responsibility of each one of us, how we treat our environment. How do we treat each other and how we build compassionate, responsible society for future generations. Our civilization always believed Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which suggests one earth, one family. This is the essence of humanistic climatic conditions. We are familiar with National Education Policy 2020 that also proposed a humanistic and ecological vision. The vision of NEP 2020, launched under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister, aligns beautifully the theme of this conference. NEP emphasizes holistic and multidisciplinary education. Means let different disciplines, let diversity coexist, let diverse ideas coexist. Sustainability and environmental awareness, experiential learning, ethics and values. Experiential learning suggests don't just preach, be an example, be a leader, lead from the front and don't just talk about ethics and values. We need to promote Indian knowledge system in this context and go with global responsibility. एनईपी 2020 का मूल संदेश एजुकेशन सिर्फ इंफॉर्मेशन देने वाली नहीं होनी चाहिए, बल्कि यह आने वाली जनरेशन को नेचर, कम्युनिटी और फ्यूचर की तरफ एथिकली, एम्पैथिकली कनेक्ट करने की होनी चाहिए. This alignment between NEP 2020 and climatic resilience is very powerful. And I come from the organization called NCTE. I am very confident very few people in this house know about NCTE. It is National Council for Teacher Education that regulates teacher education curriculum, teacher education policy, and teacher education institutions across the country. As chairperson of NCTE, I believe strongly that teachers are India's first climate educators. Teachers shape awareness, behavior, and values. Swami Vivekananda beautifully said, education is the manifestation of the perfection already in human being. The climate conscious teacher can awaken responsibility, empathy, and stewardship in every student, in every child. NCT is taking this agenda forward and strengthening climate education, responsible citizenship in all teacher education programs based on NEP 2020. Be it ITEM, be it revision of BA program and MA program. Our goal is to prepare teachers who understand ecological challenge and can guide students towards solution. India has immense ecological heritage. We are a country where trees and rivers are given names of gods and goddesses. We pray and we preserve water not only as water but as important resource of human life. Agroecology. These are sustainable, scientific, and community-driven movements. And it encourages integrating local knowledge with global perspective. And this is a beautiful idea of Shri Bhupender ji when he suggested he is willing to promote Indianness, Indian youth, Indian talent, be it in sports field or in education field. Climate resilience in India must come from ज्ञान परंपरा आधुनिक विज्ञान. सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ऑफ पंजाब जो जय विज्ञान, जय किसान, जय अनुसंधान की बात करता है, this is a blend of tradition and innovation. This blend is uniquely Indian. This is uniquely powerful. India's youth are informed, passionate, and resilient. They are deeply about climate change and environmental justice. आज के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में young people are following two passions. One is having pets and other is having plants. These two passions of the young people suggest their interest and their sensitivity towards ecological balance. Young people must not only participate, they are also supposed to lead the global climatic movements across the world. Technology offers powerful tools for climatic conditions, climatic education. AI-based modules are there, VR simulations, GIS mapping, satellite-based environmental data, and impressive storytelling method. These tools not only help students visualize climate impact and solutions, but technology must be used ethically and equitably. Climatic education must not be inclusive and it should include not only plants and pets but all resources given by the nature. See, Central University has already setting excellent example to research, fieldwork, and policy engagement. Research the hard and climate action, which is proposing climate psychology, ecological pedagogy, and green technology. Disaster preparedness, community-based adoption, and climate governance. Not only social governance, not only governance for the sake of governance, but also climatic governance is a new theme. I warmly acknowledge colleagues who are participating in this conference from Canada, from United Kingdom, from USA, Thailand, Nepal, Bhutan, and different parts of India. Your presence enriches this dialogue and help us understand your concerns in your countries. Climate resilience is not only technical but also moral. Gandhiji said, future depends on what you do today. Education must help learners to develop responsible habits, ethical thinking, and planning citizenship. टीचर्स के लिए आई हैव अ स्मॉल मैसेज वी ऑल नो दैट समाज में जो परिवर्तन आता है जो चेंज आता है टीचर्स आर सपोज टू बी एजेंट्स ऑफ चेंज लीडर्स ऑफ चेंज टीचर जब हम क्लाइमेट कॉन्शियसनेस पे बात करते हैं तो हम ना सिर्फ अपने स्वयं को अपने परिवार को अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन को बट पूरी सोसाइटी को पूरी जनरेशन को क्लाइमेट रेजिलिएंट चेंज का एजेंट चैंपियन बना सकते हैं योर इन्फ्लुएंस इज डीप लास्टिंग एंड पावरफुल माय मैसेज टू स्टूडेंट्स हियर इज you are not only leaders of tomorrow but you are change makers of today. Your creativity, your curiosity and commitment will define India's climate story. Dream boldly, act responsibly and lead courageously. I appreciate the theme taken by EduCon 2025, which is not only reminding us about this important thing, but also motivating us to work in this direction. Education must empower every learner not only to understand the world but also to protect it. At the end of my address, I would once again congratulate Central University of Punjab and GERA for organizing EduCon 2025 with such academic excellence, global partnership, and humanistic depth. As Mahatma Gandhi said, be the change that you wish to see in the world. सिर्फ चेंज कहने से नहीं उसमें पार्टिसिपेट करने से उसका हिस्सा बनने से चेंज आएगा थैंक यू वेरी मच एंड माय बेस्ट विशेस फॉर दिस 2 days conference जय हिंद जय भारत
Thank you so much, sir, for your inspiring and enlightening words. And you try to delegate all the things which are required as NP proposes the path for India to be global power by 2047. So you just delegate also the role of teacher, how society can change. Okay. So now humbly request Professor Al-Ustaji, Dr. Vijay Samaji, Professor S.K. Babaji, and other dignitaries to felicitate Dr. Bhupen Singh ji, CEO, Input and Penrite. I also request Professor Vijay Samaji, Dr. and other dignitaries to join the Thank you. Now to formally express our gratitude, I invite Dr. Mr. Majid Registrar Central to Punjab to kindly deliver vote of thanks.
Honorable Chief Guest of the Day,
Professor Pankaj Arora, Chairman NCT, then Dr. Babaji, uh, Bhupinder ji, CEO Calgary, distinguished speakers, guests, and all the participants, and my dear faculty members. Uh, it's my profound privilege to extend vote of thanks on behalf of Central University of Punjab. So first and foremost, thanks to the chief guest of the day, Dr. Professor Pankaj Arora ji, for sharing his profound knowledge and guiding us how we can achieve the sustainability. So he very well said we have to be an example first. So thank you so much, sir, for your address has really broadened our understanding how we can achieve this sustainability. And I'm thankful to GERA for collaborating with the Central University of Punjab to organize such a wonderful event on the very important topic that is sustainability, education for sustainability, and for climate practices. So, thank you so much. Then I'm extremely thankful for the key note speaker of the day for her wonderful presentation. Yes, she has cited so many examples who can be role model. So it is no more, education is no more if you have urge to achieve something that we have seen in the examples you were giving. Little chaps, they were doing wonderful job. So if you really want to achieve something, then the one thing is essentially we have to optimize our resources. Again, 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. And to achieve the sustainability, I think the whole supply chain has to be changed. Whole supply chain has to be changed, and we have to integrate the green factor into that. We have to adopt more and more green practices in our institutions, in our day-to-day working. So that's what our Vice Chancellor sir is doing. So I'm thankful to our Vice Chancellor sir, who always motivate to first of all reduce your requirements. Then he is always focused on the environmental issues. He has planted more than 1 lakh trees in the campus at 12 Additionally, we are coming up with a recycling plant for waste people recycling plants, then waste segregation plants. So we are trying, like I said, journey of milestone principle steps. So we are on the same track. We are doing our level best. Then I think today's delegation will definitely give us directions how we can achieve the sustainability. And ma'am, in our presentation, in a very few things, she explained what is sustainability. That is using resources by keeping in mind the future generations. So we have to optimize our resources. Then I am thankful to the organizing committee for conceptualizing this movement so clarity and this with motive. Thank you so much. And who have worked behind the scene. They have been working hard to organize this event. Thank you so much. And at last, all the I am concerned my thanks to all the participants, all the delegates. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, to host vote of thanks. And before national anthem and our cup of tea, I'm just informing that as I thought, our cup of tea will be served after national anthem. So all of you are requested to reassemble in the newly constructed seminar hall at ground floor after high tea. So I request all dignitaries and everyone to rise for national anthem.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तब शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे गाए तब जय गाथा जय गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
ऑनलाइन अटेंड करने का ये डिसएडवांटेज। एक बजे शुरू, हाँ लंच के बाद, हाँ लंच एक बजे।
यहाँ पे कुछ लिखना
वहाँ पर भी जुड़ेगा।
हाँ हुने हैं बस चल हाँ आ बंद कर दे स्पीकर माइक माइक ले चल इथों
ਮਾਈਕ ਲੈ ਜਾਓ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਰੱਖ ਦੇਣਾ
किधे
ਇੱਥੇ
हाँ रख दे ਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਕੰਮ ਹੋਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਹੈ ਯਾਰ ਉਹ ਲੈਪਟਾਪ ਵੀ ਚੱਕਣਾ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਕੈਮਰੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਧਰ ਪਿਆ
ਚੱਕ ਲੈਨੇ ਮੇਰੇ
ਉਹ ਵੀ ਐਂ ਹੀ ਚੱਕ ਲਈ ਖੁੱਲਾ ਹੀ
ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਚੱਲ ਦੋ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਚੱਲ ਦੋ
ਮੈਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਔਨ ਕਰ ਲੈਣਾ ਉੱਥੇ
ਕੀ
ਉਹ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਸਾਰਾ
ਉਹ ਵੀ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਸੱਚ
ਕੀ?
ਉਹ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਤੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਸਕਰੀਨ ਚਲਾਉਂਗੇ ਉਹ
ਸਕਰੀਨ ਤਾਂ ਚੱਲ ਜਾਏਗੀ ਤੂੰ ਟੈਨਸ਼ਨ ਨਾ ਲੈ
ਗੂਗਲ ਮੀਟ ਉਹ ਤੇ ਚਲਾਉਂਗੇ
HDMI ਹੈ
HDMI ਤਾਂ
ਲੰਬੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ
ਲੰਬੀ ਲੰਬੀ ਮਨਦੀਪ ਸਰ
ਮਨਦੀਪ ਸਰ HDMI ਕੇਬਲ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ ਲੰਬੀ ਉਧਰ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਵਧੀਆ ਜਿਹਾ ਐਕਸਟੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਪਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਦੇ ਦਿਓ ਯਾਰ ਉਹ ਭੇੜਾ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਉੱਥੇ
ਵਧੀਆ ਤਾਂ ਯਾਰ ਭੈੜਾ ਪੂੜਾ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਪਾ ਦਿਓ ਹੋਰ
ਉਹ ਤੇ ਹੈ
ਜਦੋਂ ਲੋੜ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕੱਪੜਾ ਪਾ ਕੇ ਐਂ ਚੱਕ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ
ਦੇਖ ਲਓ ਯਾਰ ਕੋਈ ਮਿਲ ਜਾਏ ਚੱਲ ਦਾਦਾ ਹਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ
ਪੂਰਾ ਮੰਗ ਕੇ ਨੇ ਏਰੀਆ ਲਿਆ ਰੱਖੀ
ਕਿੱਥੇ ਨੇ ਯਾਰ
ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਮੈਂ ਸੁਣਿਆ ਵੀ ਹੈ
ਠੀਕ ਨਿਕਲ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਇਹ
ਵਧੀਆ ਇਹੀ ਐਟੀਟਿਊਡ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕੋਈ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ
ਬੋਲਣਾ ਨਹੀਂ
ਚਾਬੀ ਕਹਾਂ
खुला आ जाओ इधर ही आ जाओ इधर ही आ जाओ
अच्छा
डिस्प्ले हो रहा है
very long experience and especially more than 40 years of experience in administration, research management, as well as teaching. Sir is a celebrated agricultural scientist of the world who has authored more than 50 books and today, sir, for his remarkable achievement in the field of education, research, administration, has been awarded with the Lifetime Achievement Award by GERA. So, for this, we congratulate sir.
इसकी आवाज और वो बंद कर दो, माइक भी बंद कर दो, माइक बंद कर दो। हाँ बस वीडियो चलने दो, माइक बंद करो।
So since I will be very short, we are running short of time. So sir is
हाँ
having
सही है
very
ज्वाइन कर लो ना।
so many awards sir has received like Memorial Award and William Award for Society by Society of Mycology and Applied Pathology, Udaipur, William Award by Indian Society of Applied Pathologists, and Dr. M.S. Radha Memorial Award, as well as Governor in the UK, sir has done it. So long academic and without adding to you as well as all the participants, I would like to invite you to bring the passing.
Good afternoon, everyone present here. So, most respected Madam S. K. Babaji, Professor Surka ji, Dinosa, and other dignitaries present here, and those who could not make it here in this hall. So, my respect, Professor R. P. Tiwari ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central University of Punjab, Chairman GERA, Dr. S. P. Mehrotra ji, and other dignitaries who joined the inaugural session. So when we talk of education, so many dimensions of education were discussed in the inaugural session. And the major ones were that there should be collective wisdom. Madam Baba said that emphasis should be on collective wisdom, community engagement, dialogue mode, climate change, and environment, society, and economy, change of mindset, and restoration of ecosystem, as well as spirituality above all. When we talk of all these things, I thought that Indian knowledge system can't be, there cannot be any system better than Indian knowledge system. It touches all these things, and it is very much relevant to the theme of the conference that we have decided. So since I have an opportunity, I am privileged to be the speaker to pay tributes to Professor Dr. B.K. Pasiji, who has been a stalwart and who has contributed a lot in making education what it is today in the country. So welcome to all, and for this B.K. Pasi Memorial Lecture. Next. So let me pay tributes to Professor Pasi. So Professor Pasi has been a pioneer in micro teaching and founder of GERA. That are significant, but he did a lot. He introduced and institutionalized micro teaching in India, refining it into a practical, culturally and pedagogically relevant, skill-based model for teaching training institutions, and strengthened teaching training through focused teaching skills, feedback, and reflective practice. He founded GERA, Global Educational Research Association, as you all know, doing a lot in the domain of education. And so President AIAER, All India Association of Education Research, then Vice Chairman of NCTE, Director DAV University, and he has been associated with many international bodies, UNESCO, UNDP, and OECD, etc. He authored many books which were influential in this domain of education, guided research scholars, and contributed to national and international educational reforms. Next. Next.
Sir, एक minute.
Is there any? So he is widely respected for his scholarship, for his vision, for his leadership, and for the new initiatives he has taken. He is recognized as a visionary academic leader. He transformed teacher education in India, and he developed PASSI's test of creativity, which is benchmark in educational assessment and teacher evaluation. He is a guiding force for generations of educators across India and the globe. So his efforts, his contribution made a full impact on education in the world. So professionalization of teaching, particularly in India, reflective and skill-based teacher development, research-driven educational improvement, ethical, empathical, and innovative academic leadership. A mentor of mentors, he has been called a transformative figure, a change maker in education. Next. So he had a remarkable legacy. His contribution extend beyond micro teaching and GERA. He standardized key processes of micro teaching, chiefly breaking down teaching into well-defined observable skills, focused practice in the controlled and supportive environment, feedback loops for retraining instructional techniques, reflective practices for both pre-service and in-service teachers. So these are the significant impacts that we have generated in education. Next. So I salute him, and it is my privilege to deliver today's talk in his reverence. And the talk is Indian knowledge system and modern education. So Indian knowledge system can be a base for the modern education system, and I will discuss in the context of climate change and environment conservation. So I will try to explore India's rich knowledge heritage and its relevance in the modern world. Next. So Indian knowledge system, and most of these students and young people, they might know, or if they don't know, they should know that India, one of the world's oldest and richest knowledge traditions, stretching back to 5,000 years. India's ancient and classical traditions of education, science, philosophy, art, governance, and culture. It is indigenous, it is multidisciplinary, it is interdisciplinary, it was here since ages. So Indian system is rooted in a holistic understanding of life and nature, balance, harmony, and sustainability. And the Indian knowledge system can be pathway to education in the era of climate change, because we understand nature, we want to be in tune with the nature, we don't want to harm the environment, we don't want to take any step that damages our climate and weather. So many foundational ideas of today's global progress can be traced back to Indian thought that we can apply right now. Next. So holistic view of Indian knowledge system. Nature is seen as a living entity. That nature is living. If you disturb nature, so it will show impact in different ways. So concepts of Prakriti, Panchabhuta, Vasudeva Kutumbakam, they were very much alive in the Indian knowledge system. Emphasis has been on interconnectedness of biotic and abiotic factors, abiotic and abiotic forms, that were living and non-living forms. It encourages respect and care for environment and practical aspects of education. That was emphasized in the Indian system. Next. Climate change is happening and is happened. It has shown its effect, and all are concerned. The world is concerned. It is to tackle it. It's not individual's approach. It is the approach, collective approach is needed, and it affects the global environment and social challenge. It's a big social challenge. The IKS offers time-tested ecological wisdom that can be helpful. Integrated IKS can create environmentally responsible living, and there is a need to reorient education towards sustainability of climate change solution through adaptation and mitigation. Some impacts of climate change we should adapt to it, and some impacts of climate change we should try to mitigate it by directing our efforts in some different way, taking some required steps. Next. So now evolution of Indian knowledge system, how it evolved. Next. So mostly oral traditions. One person, one sage, one saint told orally the things to his listeners. Then written text came, then practical applications and community wisdom was also involved in the development of the Indian knowledge system. This is a well-structured system and processes of knowledge transfer from one generation to the next. It went on. It continued. The system is due course imbibed science, mathematics, philosophy, art, ethics, medicine, environment, and spiritually, holistically, it should be called interdisciplinary and it's integrated system. Everything is there in the Indian knowledge system. So Indian knowledge system strengthened based on inquiry, observation, experimentation, and holistic understanding of the situation. Next. So Indian thought, not just philosophy, it is a way of life, way of living. So Aryabhatta, Charak Samhita, and the surgery was done without anesthesia those days. The knowledge was there. And then in temples, the Buddhist temple, very good thoughts, very good philosophy, very good righteousness, way of life was passed on to the people. And Buddha and Guru Nanak, through Gurbani, many good things about the environment, about the righteous living, and about leading a noble life that was made possible. Next. So glimpses of Indian knowledge system. So all the things you can see that it has touched every aspect, every facet of life, and every facet of the living, of animals, of plants, of humans, and everything. And it is called, it was based on Sarvatda Pala. Sarvatda Pala means welfare of each and everything, even enemies, welfare of enemies, microorganisms, everyone. Next. So IKS valued across civilizations. That is why that every civilization valued it. And India seen as a center of learning by ancients, Greeks, Persians, Chinese, and Arabs. Then famous visitors, they came to explore India to see what is there in its system of education, of its knowledge. And magnificent things, Al-Bruni and Zhuangsan, they documented India's. They are available, they are historical documents. And knowledge of education in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and linguistics spread through trade and cultural contacts to the other parts of the world. And in this way, India could impact the world. So IKS commanded reverence and value across the world. Next. So scriptures were written on leaves. So there were old methods, ancient methods when writings were preserved, and even still now the writings are available. And on date palm leaves, on other leaves, and on barks of trees and other such materials. Next. Next. So the focus on education in Nalanda text. So education are there. Nyaya school, that means with justice, Vedanta school, Buddhist logic, and Samkhya and Jain epistemology. So these were some of the areas where education was advanced in India, in the Indian knowledge system, and they could contribute to logic and debate methodology, metaphysics and consciousness studies, ethics and social harmony, relevant to cognitive science and contemporary ethical debates. So these were impacted the general behavior, the community behavior, the people's behavior in this way. Next. So special features of IPS-based education. If we want to base our education on IPS, what can be the special features we can imbibe from the Indian knowledge system? Next. Next. Ancient texts promote restraint, compassion, and contentment. And this is what is required today also. So better teacher, better student relations, they were emphasized, and this can be useful in the contemporary time. Ethical living is central to the sustainability of learning. Ethics, we are emphasizing on ethics. The society is suffering from the destruction of ethics, reducing overconsumption and promoting mindful lifestyles. That was discussed even today. So this was in the Indian system. Earth, water, and air. Earth, water, and air are revered. Nature resides in the environment. Pavan Guru Pani Pita Mata Tat, Guru Nanak Dev said. So that was the Indian system. We respected our natural resources like our parents, like our gods, and we revered them. And if that is the case, then we can take care of them, we can respect them. Helps address the behavioral roots of climate change. So all these disruption lead to climate change. Next, IP-based system, health and well-being education. Ayurveda, knowledge about living in tune with season and nature. You eat this in summer, you don't eat this in summer, you eat this in winter. It was the knowledge, it was part of our knowledge, and that is the base of Ayurveda. Yoga, physical and mental balance, stress reduction. That we were very rich in this knowledge. Even this has become very popular these days. Promote resilience in individuals and community. It is tolerance. One says the other doesn't agree. There is a fight. There is a problem. So in nature, in society, encourages simplicity and sustainable living. All this takes care of health and well-being. Next. Next. Traditional resource sharing approaches. That is emphasized. Whatever belongs to nature is belongs to us only. We can share that those resources. Panchayati approach. So, support grassroots climate action and adaptation. These sharing is also emphasized in new education policy 2020. And I want to tell you that Madam Baba was the Vice Chancellor at Guru Kashi University. She initiated one effort that all the educational institutions, the universities, the AIMS, the Central University, the Adesh University, and all these things, all these organizations, a club was made, a consortium was made to share the resources. So that was a very good idea, and we are also working on that even now. So that is the message of the Indian knowledge system. And it is playing a great role in education. If you have good laboratories, some the students can share in the other institute. If you have playgrounds, we can share those. If you have resource persons, we can get benefit of those resource persons. This type of sharing is always on education. Next. Integrating IKS with modern education. So modern developments are there. If we integrate our indigenous knowledge, our wisdom, with traditional knowledge scientific. Our Indian scientists, they have done wonders. They got the opportunities to excel to express their talent and their acumen, and they solved the problems. They've shown the world that we can do something for the betterment of the world. Sustainable agriculture with the modern situations. Biodiversity restoration, it was discussed in the morning. So there is a loss of biodiversity, led to several problems in agriculture. If we retain and enhance and conserve our biodiversity, so we can study ecosystem, broken monoculture. If there is a monoculture, means all the areas cultivating same crop, then if a pest or pathogen break out, then there will be big damage. But if the monoculture is broken, then there can be no harm. So in this way, even students will go to their villages during holidays, they can bring some seeds, some plants of different plants available over there. They can be put in the university, and it can be a very good base for a very good biodiversity park. So that education. So it encourages creativity and context-specific solutions. That was the approach being followed in the ancient times. Next. So dimensions of IKS-based education. Curriculum can include IKS concepts and practices, field visit of students to traditional ecological sites, classrooms, today's classes, today's programs, focus on resource management, building environmental ethics and sustainability mindsets. That can be supported in the contemporary time. Next. So paybacks of IKS-based education. If you do it, if you encourage IKS, then we can have different advantages, different benefits. Promotes ecological consciousness, pathway to resilient and environmentally harmonious future. Education rooted in IKS can guide climate action resilience, encouraging responsible consumption. Balanced approach will be emphasized, building community-based problem-solving skills, preserving cultural heritage alongside modern progress. Where India and Punjab particularly is very rich heritage and culture. So it is on the way to decline, and to corrode, and to get lost its face value. But if you take care of the Indian knowledge system, the ideas of that, so we can preserve it, providing a rich foundation for sustainable living and blending ancient wisdom with modern science can be greatly beneficial. Next. The global impact that our Indian knowledge system has generated. So I should discuss that in what way we have impacted the world. Next. So global outreach, Indian knowledge system, people have accepted it very happily and they find good material, good stuff in it. So they are adopting it. Next. IKS domains influence the world, mathematics and astronomy. They have greatly impacted. Concept of zero decimal place value system that is running the science today, and it is the contribution originally by Indians. Early developments in algebra, trigonometry, and geometry, Aryabhatta, Brahmagupta, Bhaskaracharya, these were the classical contributions, and they are still driving the world. Astronomy and astrology, Surya Siddhanta, precise astronomical calculations, calendar systems. You see in Jaipur and in New Delhi there is Jantar Mantar, and it is very precisely finding how the sun rises and at what time, what is going to be the time, and many weather parameters being recorded in those Jantar Mantars. They are meteorological observatories of traditional style. Then the Sulabha Sutra are ancient Indian texts that mainly deal with geometry and construction of fire altars. Fire altars means fireplaces in the temples and in the religious places. The design was that when sun was there, so it got fire, and then in winter it proved very useful. Aryabhatta, Brahmastra, Bhaskara, so they were the contributors in these areas, and it influenced modern computing, engineering, and quantitative sciences. Influenced globally, Arabian knowledge was there, so from India, and it went to European science. And the development of European science is attributed to the richness of the Indian knowledge system. Next. IKS domains, so medicine and well-being, Ayurveda, Charak Samhita, Sushruta Samhita, surgery and healing. These were the well-known techniques earlier. Ayurveda defined three basic things: dosh, that means faults, deficiencies in the human body, tough was pith. So the doctors of Ayurveda still follow those lines. Ayurveda's only spread medical practices had a significant influence on Greco-Arabic medicine, Greek system, Unani system, and this Arabic system and Indian system. So Indian Ayurvedic and surgical methods are studied and taught worldwide. Even in the COVID-19 era, the Indian system that was followed almost everywhere in the world. Ayurveda, Yoga, Siddha, Unani are taught in the IKS context in the world. Concepts of preventive healthcare, mind-body balance, and diet-based healing. So these global wellness movement draws heavily from Indian traditions. Next. Environment and nature. Traditional Indian practices emphasize living with nature. So, and the crop diversity, the water harvesting, step wells, tanks, rainwater harvesting, johors, ponds, soil conservation, forest preservation, traditional farming, organic farming, mixed cropping, agroforestry, forest and biodiversity conservation, climate resilient and low carbon systems. So they were already known to the Indian knowledge system, and they are still emphasized in some other form. The old material in a new wrap that is being presented to the world. So modern sustainability models aligned with the indigenous principles, which we call ITK, indigenous technical knowledge. There are many things in every village, ITK, and people are following them, but they don't know its base. Their scientific base needs to be explored. Next. Knowledge, this metallurgy, you have seen the rust-free iron in Delhi near Qutub Minar. Nobody knows what this material is. Centuries have passed, but it is not getting any rust. So that was the alloy, that was the technique available at that time in Indian system. Zinc extraction, alloys, these were the methodologies, procedures they were shown to the people in Indian system. Agriculture, sustainable farming, crop rotation, irrigation system, ITP, scientific basis still need to be worked out as I told earlier. Arts and literature, Natya Shastra, Bharat, performing arts, visual arts, dance, music, classical music, poetry, temple architecture, they are wonders. And in temple there are ways that the sun at a particular time shines there. So these are the calculation based constructions, architecture designing. So these are some of the works of Indian knowledge system, and these are to be taught to the students in those domains based on the Indian system. Philosophy, Buddhist and Hindu philosophical ideas spread orally along trade routes to Southeast Asia, China, and beyond. Then the philosophical system, Advaita Vedanta, was propounded by Adi Shankaracharya. Guru Nanak carried Udasis. Udasis mean travels, some missionary travels, to spread ethical and artistic values across Asia. So Jainism and Buddhism lay emphasis on ahimsa, non-violence. And Lord Krishna told to Arjuna in Kurukshetra the way of life, the philosophy of life, the winning of techniques for winning the war. These are the educational tips they provided to those. These were the basis of, these were available in the Indian system. Next. Panini's grammar, that is well known. One of the most advanced rule-based linguistic systems it was there. IKS influences theories in modern linguistics and computational language models. Meters in poetry, if you see the Gurbani or in the Ramayana or in Hanuman Chalisa, so there is the meter, the poetry follows a particular meter, particular style, and that is being taught to PhD students. So this was the knowledge, it was available in the Indian system. Rich literary tradition, Vedas, Upanishads, epics, Sangam literature, they continue to inspire our education even today. Next. Arthashastra, so the economics, the diplomacy, the intelligence system, this welfare state concepts, they were available in our system earlier. People knew them, and they were very much part of our living, and they are needed to be translated to the students and made a part of our education. People are parallel to modern political science, management, and policy designs. Next. Next. The milestones of progress of Indian knowledge system. Next. The IKS evolved through unbroken oral chain. One generation told something to the people and they passed on to the next generation, and in this way it carried through generations. Memory, performance, storytelling preserved not just facts but the living spirit of wisdom and education. It ensured that knowledge was community based, and community based knowledge is easy to retain by the illiterate people. Adaptable and deeply embedded in cultural life, influencing global thought across millennia. Around the 5th century, knowledge that had been preserved orally for centuries began to be recorded. Then the concepts of recording, writing, and digitization came, and we entered into the modern system of education. Next. So this is how they gathered people, disciples, and told them something in story form, so that they can retain the knowledge. They can. It was a way of education. Next. The foundation of the Vedic period began with this Shruti tradition, wisdom heard by one, and it was passed on to the other. 4 Vedas in Sanskrit were memorized with precision. Padpatha, reciting word by word, then reciting in pairs, Krampatha, and complex looping, Ghanpatha. So these were some of the techniques to pass on knowledge to the audience. Preservation without writing, that was a preservation without writing. People are retained in their minds. They memorized them. The knowledge transmitted for centuries before being written down accurately through collective community memory contained hymns, shabads, matters of philosophy, rituals, mathematics, astronomy, music, medicine, and ethics. Next. Storytelling as a carrier of values. In Mahabharata and Ramayana evolved orally before written forms. People remember them, remember each and every episode. They knew very well what is going to be the next episode because they repeatedly read it, repeatedly listened to it. Storytelling allowed knowledge to be accessible to all, not just scholars. So it was addressed to the community. It was community engagement and making the community educated. If at that time the community education was there, possible with this way, we can think of getting it into the modern education system. Diverse subjects, they were integrated. Epics included political thought, Rajdharma. They gave it to the Rajdharma. And in this way, people reminded it more carefully. Ethics, moral dilemmas, warfare strategies, and environmental ethics. These are some of the subjects they passed on. Performance education, they have the traditions of bards, storytellers, temple reciters, kathavachaks. They helped keep and adapt these ethics to the regional cultures. They tuned it with the regional culture so that people can remember. So that was the strength of our traditional Indian knowledge system. Next. Guru Shishya Parampara. Knowledge was transmitted in ashrams and gurukuls through dialogue, questioning, and lived experience. Upanishads, philosophical concepts like Brahma, Atma, Dharma, and Moksha spread orally using metaphors and parables. It was the need at that time, but now that can also be usefully utilized in our educational system. Mathematics and sciences, they were orally taught. Texts like the Sulba Sutras, geometry for altar construction, as I told earlier, and Ayurvedic knowledge, Charaka, Sushruta traditions were passed down orally before codification. Codification means recording or putting it into text in word form or in digitized form. Next. Bhakti and oral songs, saints like Tulsidas, Kabir, Mirabai, Nayamas, Guru Nanak Dev, and others, they spread spiritual and social messages through songs, shabads, hymns, and folk ballads. So that in folk form, people should retain them. So the knowledge was retained by them for a longer period. That was the way of education. Folk performance arts. Yakshagana, Karnataka, Kodiyattam, Kerala, Pandavani, Chhattisgarh, Burakatha, Andhra Pradesh, and Gurbani, Punjab. That carried philosophical, historical, and ethical content to common people. The idea, the thought, which they wanted that people should retain and follow, they are different ways, interesting ways to pass it on to the audience. Next. So the oral tradition used meter, chand. As in poetry, they write pingal, chand, meter. So alliteration, repetition, rhythmic chanting to aid memory. So this is useful in poetry writing. Scholars memorize vast treatises like Panini's Ashtadhyayi grammar, then Arya Bhattai astronomy, and Natya Shastra performing arts before these works were inscribed into words. Next. The Udasis of Guru Nanak. Guru Nanak Dev performed 4 Udasis. Eastward journey, Punjab, Haryana, Himachal, Delhi, Bengal, Assam, Odisha. Personally, he went, met people, met sages, put up his ideas, discussed with them, debated them, and tried to convince them. So that was a way of an education. He wanted people to lead a righteous life. Naam chapo, vand chapo. These were some of the messages he passed on to the student, to the people at that time. Second Udasi, journey was in Andhra, Tamil Nadu, and Sri Lanka. Remember a single person traveling so many thousands of miles on foot. Northward journey, Kashmir, Tibet, Ladakh, Himachal, parts of present-day Pakistan. Fourth Udasi, westward journey, Makkah, Medina, Baghdad, Persia, Afghanistan. So he settled at Kartarpur Sahib, where this corridor takes people to Kartarpur Sahib Gurdwara across the river. where he continued teaching until his Jyoti Jyot. So it was his mission to educate people. Though he was not an employee, he was not asked, he didn't have any mandate. But see, the sages, those times, that was the birth of the Indian knowledge system. They passed on the knowledge which they had. They were enlightened people. They had knowledge much more than an ordinary person. So they shared that knowledge with others. So this was the map. He followed different Udasis to different countries of the world. Next. Modern trends. UNESCO has recognized Vedic chanting as an intangible cultural heritage for humanity. That's a great recognition of Indian knowledge system. And wherever in the world knowledge and Indian knowledge or Asian knowledge is imparted, Asian education is given. So the UNESCO has recognized Vedic chanting as one of the curricular domains. Gurukul-inspired schools, folk storytelling festivals, Sanskrit revival programs continue oral learning traditions in modern forms of education. Even in our NEP 2020, so emphasis is given that the traditional languages like Sanskrit and Pali, they should be revived. And creativity should be given due place in the education system. Community engagement, dialogue board. So these are some of the ideas emphasized by the new education policy. With time, the oral methods are gradually replaced by written methods and recorded methods. Next. So shift from oral to written method. The oral traditions ensured good memorization and community participation, as we have discussed. The written tradition allowed for permanence, retention, shelving on the libraries, in the museums, wider reach, scholarly analysis, preservation beyond the lifespan of the individual, even for the next generations. The two traditions coexisted for centuries, complementing and enriching each other. Around the 5th century to early after Christ, so writing began to complement oral traditions using Brahmi and later Devanagari scripts. Oral tradition was dominant in education until the colonial era, as it was considered a reliable means to preserve secret accuracy. Next. So these were some of the stuff, some of the granths where a written form of knowledge was preserved. Next. The ancient Vedic culture. So there are 4 Vedas. Vedic literature has 2 categories: Rig Veda, Yajurveda, Samveda, Atharvaveda, Vedas, touching different domains of knowledge and education. And Vedanganas each has several texts. Samhitas, collection of hymns and mantras. Brahmanas, big prose texts, sacrificial rites and ceremonies. Arankyas, forest texts, meditation of forest hermits, mysticism of sacrifices. Upanishads, secret doctrines, partly included in other Vedic texts and recognized as independent works. Next. Vedas, the source of spiritual, philosophical, and scientific thought. Vedangana, 6 auxiliary disciplines of understanding Vedas. Shiksha, phonetics, sound, based on sound. And then Vyakaran, grammar. Nirukta, etymology, origin of any language. Shans, metrics. Jyotisha, astronomy, and Kalpa, rituals. These were some of the classified segments of their Indian knowledge system. They enriched that particular segment. Sutras and Shastras, texts on law, architecture, medicine, politics, and arts. Purusharth is considered important in IPS. Purusharth means it is the welfare of others. The 4 Purusharths in Indian knowledge tradition are Dharma, Artha, Kama, Moksha. And in one form or the other, the world is utilizing it. But it was a part of the Indian system, and it is a greater relevance to the education that we get. Yeah. Vedic literature is like a fruit tree. If the fruit is ripe, Srimad Bhagavatam is like a ripened fruit. There are sensual pleasures, ras. There are 12 rases. Rodra, anger. Adbhuta, wonder. Tyagra, conjugal love. Hasya, comedy. Veer, chivalry. Daya, mercy. Dasya, survivorship. Satya, fraternity, then horror, and these are very useful in psychology. So it can be utilized in psychology education. Next. The recording and writing of IPS transition. So as I told that there was a developments in recording and in digitization and in putting the things in word. Printing press was developed. So next. So Ashokanatics and codification of knowledge with those technologies, we could understand it in a precise way. Then next. So these were some of the stupas, some of the structures where edifices were there, where knowledge was there, so that the people can go there and read those messages. So script developments became in Kalidas and Panini's grammar. So more emphasis is given on the grammar and in the written words. So that became the strength of our knowledge system in advanced time period. So palm leaves and they came to the paper and in printing script development. Next. So regional scripts, different languages in different regions, they came. There are 24 regions in the country. Different languages came into being. So in Bharti literature, transition and adaptation, they came. Different developments took different trajectories and they enriched the education. Next. So universities like Nalanda, Vikramaditya and other universities, they had the vast libraries. They became the repositories of ancient knowledge and they are relevant to education. Next. So these are some of the temples, architecture, design, and they are open libraries, open book. So people go and learn many things. Then paper technology, Islamic influence from Central Asia. Then large-scale copying of text was possible. Then in the Mughal period, then Akbarnama, Ain-e-Akbari and Mahabharata into Persian, they were translated. The translation became possible. Next. In the colonial period, the printing press there in Amritsar, Lahore, Jalandhar, Ludhiana, and later in Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. So the printing press got an impetus, and the literature and the knowledge they became available to most of the people. Next. So then digitization came, and modern publication and translations they were possible to make available the ancient knowledge to the people. Next. Then globalization of education took place. Many global universities adopted these things and our Indian knowledge system, and it was having a great impact on the world. Next. India as a global knowledge partner, it was recognized, and Indian original people, they went to the world and contributed a lot. Next. So Hargobind Khurana, Narendra Singh Kampani, then Gurdev Singh Khush, then Swaminathan Stendranath Bose, Kalam Saab, and Amartya Sen, and Dr. Manmohan Singh. So there are many people, they contributed a lot. And scientists, Indian, role global. So all impacted education. Next. Futuristic implication, yoga, these are the things we have discussed. They are still making the impact and they should be made part of our education. Next. So medieval period, colonial, all, and in post-independence, when India became independent in 1947, so many developments took place, CSIR, ICR, IITs, IIMs, AIMs, so they were thought that they can provide better, and the famine commissions were formed, the universities were developed, and in this way the knowledge geared up so that it can reach the masses and make an impact on their lives. Next. So it is very much relevant today, traditional knowledge plus modern science that can create wonders. Digital preservation should be there, integration with higher education and global recognition. These are some of the possible indicators that ITK can impact our present knowledge system. Next, these we have discussed a little bit. Yes, all these things, they can be utilized in many countries, 180 countries, UN International Yoga Day, so they have recognized, they are being followed. Next. Same Indian diaspora, IT. India is considered, it is not information technology, it is Indian talent. And it is being followed the world over. And we have made a mark in it. Next. So contemporary challenges are there. They are that there is digitization risk, there is commercial exploitation, there is dilution of originality, and decline in awareness among our youth. That is why this lecture, this type of lecture, we can create awareness among our youth so that they can really value the worth of our Indian IKS. Next. So there is a need to protect our Indian knowledge system. Next. So documentation and digitization, build national digital libraries, IPR, then expand the database, to the libraries, educational integration, then collaboration between traditional knowledge holders and modern scientists, and include IKS modules in schools, colleges, and universities. Next. We should support the local practitioners, artisans, and oral historians. So they have a good worth. They can be useful to our present education. So they can be involved in our present education, combining digitization and authenticity, science with tradition, digital archives, scientific validation of traditional practices, global outreach, and integration of STEM education with the material from IPS, community involvements. These are some of the strategies that can protect IPS. Next. So we should sync existing knowledge with the modern pedagogies, digital learning platforms that will be useful. Establish specialized teachers, training centers in IPS topics, then facilitate global collaborations for India-centric research. That is the need of the day. It is very useful. Next. Yes, provide seed funding to establish IPS center in the higher educational institutions. Disseminate authentic IPS knowledge to build informed and confident citizens. Engage public participation through Jan Bhagidari initiatives. Create youth employment via skill-based programs. Promote heritage technology to showcase India's heritage globally. Scope to capture 10% of global tourism and generate large-scale youth employment, utilizing IPS strengths. Next. So training, empanelment of artists in residence and higher educational institutions, awarding a minor degree of students completing 18 to 20 credits in IPS that can be started in our educational institutions. UGC mandate the inclusion of 5% of total credits in the curriculum related to IPS courses. AICT introduces IPS courses in first year students in engineering. So these are some of the thoughts which are being acted upon, and we should act more so that IPS become part of our educational domain. Next. So even SWAM and NPTEL, so this can be included. UGC NET should be have a syllabus from IPS, translation of academic content, a lot of scope is there. IPS-based internship workshops on hands-on training. Then promote Janbaghi, this is there. Promote heritage technology, 10% tourism that I have already discussed. Next. So with these ideas, with these thoughts, so there is a great worth in Indian knowledge system. It must be considered and it must be made part of our contemporary education system. And so that, and there is a issue of IPR, if I tell you, Basmati, Haldi, and Tulsi, and other such things. So people abroad, they are having an eye on our worth. So we should take care of it, and we should understand the knowledge that we have since centuries, since ages, and we should tackle the issue of climate change. There are many things, much more available in our IPS. So with these words, I thank you very much. If there is any question, so we can take some questions. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your informative presentation and sharing such profound knowledge with us. Moving on, our next session offers a unique and insightful perspective connecting art and engineering by Professor Bola Thapa, Vice Chancellor of Kathmandu University. And now I request Professor R.K. Vustrika, Dean in charge academics, to formally introduce us to Professor Thapa.
So good afternoon to all. So our next speaker is Professor Bola Thapa. He served as Vice Chancellor of Kathmandu University, Nepal from January 2021 to 2025. He is a Professor of Mechanical Engineering at Kathmandu University since 2008, and he served in various capacities. So previously, he's active in providing leadership of 7 schools in Kathmandu University, that different areas. Also contributing to UPC Nepal and Ministry of Education for Higher Education of Nepal. So he has served as dean for 11 years in the School of Engineering and also HOD in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering. So he has obtained his degrees PhD in mechanical engineering in Norwegian University of Science and Technology in 2004. And prior to that, some his degrees are from India. So Master of Engineering from Birla Institute of Technology and Science, BITS Pilani, that we all know, in 1999, and Bachelor of Engineering from Punjab Agricultural, Punjab Engineering College from Chandigarh in 1991. So he is one of the pioneers to conduct professional research and create and disseminate knowledge for the local community of Nepal. And he has also authored the book Engineering Education, where he talks about development of engineering education, and is published around 100 journal and conference papers. So as we are running late now, I would invite Professor Bhola Thapa to give his talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Respected President of the GERA, Professor Manotra, all members of the GERA, officials and friends of the Central University of Punjab, participants from all around the world, and my dear friend, Professor Baba. Thank you very much for providing the opportunity to join and then speak on this very important conference. I will try to share my the slide. I'm finding some difficulty, but please somebody can guide me from here also. If I am my screen is visible or not. I don't think it's visible yet.
Yes, sir. Now it is.
Okay. Is it okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I was thinking maybe there will be some technical glitches. So it was really nice, at least to listening to this morning in the inaugural session and the present, the Pasi Memorial Lecture by Professor Dhiman. I was feeling a little awkward initially, like to talk to this forum because it's a forum for research in the education, and especially I am from the technical background. But when I've listened to these two presentations by Professor Kamat this morning and then Professor Dhiman, so whatever I wanted to present today, I think it has some relevance. So. Of course, I was a vice chancellor, but I'm serving as a professor of mechanical engineering at the moment at the Kathmandu University. And I've learned, at least with our association with the colleagues from association at Indian universities and then other forums, like the traditional educational system or traditional educational practice should be changed somehow so that we can at least we can fulfill whatever we are expected to do it. So I am practicing to connect art and engineering these days, and then I thought it will be relevant to even talk in this this seminar, which is basically focused on the environment, climate change, and then resilience. So just after post-COVID scenario, even I was appointed as a vice chancellor at that during the COVID period. So as for the leaders and then for the educationists, it was really difficult because everywhere there was sort of hue and cry that the education system was worsening. The education is not connected to what is needed in the society and so on. Uh, I hope, I don't know how it was in India at that time, but Nepal was in really difficult situation post-COVID. The common questions were, okay, then what were the major cause of that disconnection between the program, academic program which we have and what society was thinking? Whether the threat was localized only in some countries or some region, or it was sort of a global phenomena, and is university or the higher education institutions are responsible alone, or it was sort of the societal problem. So in that context, the investment in higher education, especially for the country like Nepal, our history of higher education is not that long, like it's not like just about a half a century. Is any contribution or any investment on higher education, is it sustainable? It is sustainable in terms of the investment. Is it sustainable in terms of program, and even in terms of the climate issues? The situation from 2019 to 2022, if we analyze, of course, from the school education, like those coming to this preparatory education of the higher education was declining somehow. So almost 50% students in the context of Nepal, they were dropping in the school education after the 10th. So like on an average, only about 50% of 50% students were coming to this +2 education, and then from that we were supposed to provide the input to the universities. Of course, now we have almost about 20 plus academic institutions who can award the degree, but the scenario was even a little worsening. There was like those who were taking a course on a +2 level was also only 50% of them, they were coming to the higher education. Like another 50% were lost in the sense either they are not coming to the universities or they are going abroad. And it was very interesting data and information in the context of Nepal is like almost 100,000 plus students, like about 50% of those students who were enrolled in the +2 program were going outside the country. That was really a difficult situation. It may be because of that reason the newspapers and then the society was pointing towards the universities program and then effectiveness or efficacy of the investment on the higher education. So like among those who were going abroad, like most of they were going for a program which was sort of focused or targeted toward the employment. So we had to rethink like what should be the program at the universities so that we can also fulfill the dreams of the youths as well as we can fulfill the need of the society as well as the industry. So these the figures of like the students who are going abroad, it doesn't include those students, those Nepali students who are going to India. The number of Nepali students going to different universities in India was also increasing quite a lot, almost double in the 5 years from 2012 to 2019, 2021. So with these informations like and with these symptoms in the higher education, so of course I had to leave the university, and then we said, okay, what we can contribute as a leaders of the university, and there are something which can be shared in the region. It's not just a local problem, but even when we had meetings with the academic leaders of India, even they also had somewhat similar problem. So then I also started digging out, okay, what is their on national education policy 2020 in India and how much that is relevant for for our case. And definitely, like among several issues which was raised in this NEP 2020, like that especially with the holistic and multidisciplinary education, and then especially the flexibility in the curriculum, and then the competency based in the curriculum, vocational and skill based. So these things, I thought, okay, how can I also contribute or include these things in our education system? Of course, changing everything within the one vice chancellor's tenure was difficult, but at least if we practice something, and then definitely like the issues which or the opportunities which Professor Dhiman had mentioned about this Indian language, Indian knowledge systems. That, of course, I can also tell that, okay, it's indigenous knowledge systems or our traditional knowledge systems. So I started practicing some that at Kathmandu University. And besides that, like all the problems for the higher education originates from the school education, and like how can we link our school education with the higher education. So I will try to present some of our experience on these issues. So with that experience, and then the observation of the need, so during that, like after post-COVID, we tried to develop some programs, academic programs in bachelor's in yogic science and well-being, bachelor's of crafts and design, bachelor's in heritage conservations, like indigenous master's program on this indigenous education, and then the bachelor's in technical education, especially the teachers training program. So in these programs, we thought like we'll try to include as much as our traditional knowledge systems, or whatever what you have said as a Indian knowledge system. So and by introducing, so if we can provide some flexibility of a learning, and then provide sort of a this include the vocational and the skill oriented program and multidisciplinary on those programs. So we thought it will help, and then definitely it helped also. It has also broadened our horizons, like and then include the interdisciplinarity in a program. So I will not explain all these programs. These are the programs which we have already offered, and I'm also glad to announce here that at least one program, that's Bachelor's of Yogic Science and Well-being of Kathmandu University, which was designed very much close with the School of Medical Science. And this program also is being run at Tirupati in India. So, but I will mention like this, since the this conference has also a theme on that, like impact of education on the climate change issues. So we had already started a master's program on environmental education and sustainable development back in 2008, in collaboration with the Norwegian University of Science and Technology and Akerhus University College and Dhaka University. So we have already produced quite many number of graduates for educators, but unfortunately we could not run the programs in the same way as we thought, because when everybody was talking about the environment and environmental education, so we introduced, but because of the system in the government to have a vacancy and positions on the school education, so we could not run it for solely or for the teachers education, but we also opened it for the development agencies, and this program is running at the moment as a master's in sustainable development. But it was so interesting when I was preparing this PowerPoint yesterday evening. I read a news from the Royal Norwegian Embassy in Kathmandu that yesterday they announced and they have awarded a quite good amount of money for running a program for sustainable development and climate issues to the teachers, especially the head teachers. So whatever we started back in 2008, now again that the Norwegian government has realized that is needed for this part of the country, and teachers training in the schools. So especially for this our traditional knowledge systems, and then the connecting universities with the schools from the very early stage. So the mayor of the Kathmandu municipality, especially the Kathmandu municipality, came with the idea of the Book Free Friday, and they wanted to means throw away at least a book for one day a week and then engage them in the activities. For that, like of course, there were means in our system, the teachers were not prepared for that. The school teachers were not prepared to have something which can be implemented in the schools, and then their skill can be enhanced. So they joined hand with Kathmandu University and our students. The Kathmandu University bachelor's level students and master's students, they went to schools of Kathmandu municipality, and then they trained the school children. And it was especially on the yogic science and well-being. I think Professor the Bhava will remember one picture of a yoga performance here. These were our students when we organized, hosted the Association of Indian University North Zone Vice Chancellors Conference. The same, our students of the second year of yogic science and well-being were a trainer for all the schools in Kathmandu for this training. Same is for the bachelors in crafts and design, which was sort of a blending between the mechanical engineering and fine arts. And of course, it's the same for the music and then the fine arts students. So university students, we reach to the schools, and then when the university students perform as the instructor, and then they were means they learned while they were also training school students. But one main thing that now I would like to bring to notice of this very August gathering is that the Nepal government has changed the policy, at least strategy is to change the 70% of the schools as a technical schools. At the moment, we have almost 70% schools are the general schools, but we had a big gap of having a teachers for the technical education in the country. So Kathmandu University started a program to run the bachelor's level for the technical this education, especially for the teachers training in the areas of the agriculture or the engineering and forestry and so on. So this is how now we are being connected with the school education, and even our teachers, our students are even performing as a teachers or instructors in the schools. So, and then again, our traditional knowledge system that to connect to our education is especially on the bachelor's program and then even in the master's program. And I was quite glad this morning. Dr. Kamath mentioned that she would like to write to the national newspapers at least a column every week, and then inform about the climate issues and then our knowledge systems to larger society, not only to our students. And that I have been trying and I have been doing for almost now a year. Like I have been writing every Saturday as a column connecting art and education, and especially the thing which students will find interesting, and then how can I use that for my particular discipline. Like for example, in mechanical engineering, the mint industry is such a wide, it's a economics, it's a management, it's a manufacturing process, and even it's a diplomacy. Nepali mint industry was so developed almost 500 years ago. Even in Tibet, that our currency, our coins used to be circulated, and then so that thing, if we bring back, so it's for mechanical engineering, this teaching them the material science, teaching them the manufacturing process, heat treatment, it's all done with our own ancient knowledge which we had. It's the same for that, music and engineering. Of course, the youth sometimes they want to learn the very fancy subjects, but if we introduce our engineering, whatever is our need on that is also very useful. Many automated machines in mechanical engineering was developed with the concept of automation of the music. So music and then engineering, we connected in that way. Similarly, of course, I myself is trained, and my area of specialization is hydropower and turbines. But when I could not manufacture the turbines in the modern industry, which was available in Nepal, I went to the based furnace of a traditional sculpturist, and then those bronze casting skilled people who were doing a casting for the idols. I used them for the manufacturing turbines. And of course, as like a connect now whatever we do, that we have to help them to think differently. Is we should not give up pressure to this environment or the nature. And also I do remember the statement given by the Professor Kamat is, refused if you cannot reuse it. That means anything, if we just throw it as a junk, that's a pressure for the nature. That's why, so we are also it's promoting or persuading our students to utilize the scraps for some artistic product. The reason is, now again we can learn so many things, different, so such marvelous things from our knowledge systems. All those big statues which were developed by our ancestors, and even now the modern engineering, like the Statue of the Unity in India, it's a marvel of engineering. So by teaching them the statue as an art piece, we can also teach them a very complicated engineering program. And again, of course, it can be connected with the architecture, it can be connected with the mathematics and so on. So the way we are means bringing them outside the classroom now for such activities, or sometimes encouraging them to learn. Otherwise, keeping them inside the classroom is really a challenge. I would just like to bring this example, and of course, all the friends in India were also very curious about what happened in September in Nepal. Is this Gen Z movement? Like during, of course, none of us, we were aware, like we were not connected to these youths. Somehow we missed it, but now we have to take this as an opportunity. That event as an example, and then how can we work for that? Like the Gen Z movement created a lot of problems. Of course, political problem is there, but on the climate issues, this Gen Z problem alone have created tons of CO2, and now like either to reuse that, to reclaim this all the burned vehicles and the buildings and these things. If we melt this steel again, we will be emitting additional CO2 in the environment. So that's why we are trying to teach them. So shall we just go on reusing it, remelting it, and recycling it, or reuse it? Like this is an example which our students, means I have this advice the students to use even AI and the Chat GPT to design a building which by utilizing this the scrap which are generated through the Gen Z movement. So with this now, only this our idea is to give our students, or to motivate students to learn what in an artistic way, or like the way they would like. Now Nepal has also been entering into the automotive industry. That means it's not only a technology, it's not engineering, but it's also the art. And with this, like we can also, like the automotive industry is changing now from conventional this IC engine to the electric vehicles, and then to the hydrogen fueled cars and vehicles. And I'm quite proud, like at least at Kathmandu University, we have a hydrogen car and then the hydrogen refueling station. So far, at least at the South Asian countries, if I have remembered correctly, we are the only university where we have a hydrogen refueling station at the campus. And with this, like we are trying to connect our this normal education to the traditional knowledge, skills, arts, as well as the issues related to the environment. So with this, if we work together, so for the climate issues, for the environmental issues, if we do it, if we can attract our people to add a creativity, it might help for us to create a heritage for the future. That means heritage means again as all the knowledge system which Professor Dhimman has mentioned. It's not only that we preserve that, but we also promote that and then pass that to the future generations. So with this, I would like to end my presentation here, and then I would also like to thank once again that providing a very wonderful session for me to share something which we have been doing and we have been practicing. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Professor Thapa, for providing a very interesting and different perspective. Very interesting viewpoint, different one. So how you are connecting that with skill development and innovative solutions from engineering viewpoint. So thank you very much. So this session will end here, and we will join back. We'll start the session at 2:30 p.m. sharp. Okay, and lunch is arranged in guest house for all.
उसी में चला दीजिए ये ना ये तो यहाँ पे वाईफाई नहीं चल रहा अभी तो ठीक है ये वाला लैपटॉप भी चला के अभी कहाँ अभी नहीं कर रही थोड़ी देर पहले कर रही थी ये कभी कर रही है कभी दूसरा बंदा वहाँ से कुछ प्रेजेंट कर रहा है बोलेगा ना बोल रहा है तो वो फ्लिकर कर रही है अभी है ना उसी के अंदर कनेक्ट करते हैं इसको हटा के और यही सेशन वहाँ चलाते हैं ये वाला इधर लगा के देखो अरे कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता सर वो वही कर रही है माइक मैं यहीं पे कनेक्ट कर सकता हूँ 2 मिनट से
सर DIA से पूछ रहे थे आपके बारे में
दो नंबर गेट 3 नंबर गेट हाँ छोटा है
कितनी कर रही होगी
230 को 130% कर रही है बस हाँ समझ लिया
LED थोड़ी बड़ी होगी
Phases of time, you know, past, present and futures. तो पहले क्या था, अब क्या है, आगे क्या होगा. तो 3 phases of time को कहते हैं हम. ये जो next 3 है वो. तो we have 6 into 2 into 3 into 3. And then we come to the final 6, the most important for your paper presentation, which is called 6 cycles of paper presentation. 6 cycles of paper presentation. अब एक एक करके हम थोड़ी डिटेल्स में जाएंगे. 6 into 2 into 3 into 3 into 6. So the first 6 that we take up is process rules, where there are 6 rules. I cannot take up because we are in hybrid mode. I cannot take up like question answers. मैं आपसे पूछूं आप जवाब दें फिर हम आगे बढ़ें. तो हम अपनी तरफ से explain करते जाएंगे. और अगर कहीं पे आपको कुछ पूछना होगा तो आप पूछ भी सकते हैं. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. You can just ask. Stop me there and ask me. Okay. So the first is sit in a circle. You teach in classes. You attended meetings, but you sit in a particular row. बहुत होगा तो L शेप में आप बैठ जाते हैं क्या one after the other एक एक रोज बनी होती हैं और अभी भी आप बैठे होंगे हॉल में तो आपने देखा होगा कि आप एक दूसरे की पीठ को देख रहे हैं. You are looking at each other's back.
We are not interested in that. I'm interested in your face. I want to know because we have got to build a trust. वो ट्रस्ट कैसे आएगा? तो सर्कल में बैठेंगे तब आएगा. तो सर्कल में बैठने का मतलब क्या है? Why do you want to sit in a circle? If we sit in a circle, our status is the same. It equalizes status. सबकी पोजीशन सेम होती है. किसी बच्चे को बैठा दो, किसी बुजुर्ग को बिठा दो, किसी लड़की को बिठा दो, किसी मर्द को बिठा दो, लेकिन अगर हम सर्कल में बैठते हैं तो हम एक दूसरे को देख सकते हैं. आई टू आई कांटेक्ट होता है. और जो मैंने अभी आपको पहले बताया था कि हमको कोऑपरेट करना है, कोलैबोरेट करना है, ट्रस्ट बिल्डिंग करनी है. ट्रस्ट बिल्डिंग से आता है रिलेशनशिप. या रिलेशनशिप अगर हमें बनाना है उसके लिए हमें ट्रस्ट होना चाहिए. ट्रस्ट के लिए हमें एक दूसरों की आंखों में देखना चाहिए. एक दूसरों की आंखों में हम तभी देख सकते हैं जब हम सर्कल में बैठते हैं. If you don't look at me and you say something, I will not take you for I will not take you seriously. I said, oh, so and so is not even looking at me. What kind of trust? Trust तो कोई है ही नहीं. ट्रस्ट तब आता है जब हम एक दूसरों की आंख में आंख डाल के बात करते हैं. देन आईज आर वेरी एक्सप्रेसिव. और वो तुरंत पता चल जाता है कि भाई हम कितने ट्रस्टवर्दी हैं या नहीं हैं. राइट? सो सिट इन अ सर्कल makes you equal to anyone and everyone who is sitting in the circle. No teacher, no student, no girl, no boy, no anyone. All are at the same status position. Number one, rule number one is sit in a circle. So in a dialogue, we necessarily sit in a circle. When you are going to make your technical presentations after this session that I'm taking up, you will see that your arrangements will be made by movable chairs. उन चेयर्स को आप एक गोल धारे में रखते हैं, आप उसको हटा सकते हैं, लेकिन आप गोले में बैठेंगे. Where you will be 6 to 8 participants. उससे ज़्यादा नहीं होते हैं ज़्यादातर, क्योंकि फिर टाइम बहुत लगता है. और ये सेशन 5-10 मिनट का नहीं होगा. आपके पास 3 से 5 मिनट होगा, 2 hours. और ये भी हमारे हिसाब से कम है. 3 से 5-6 घंटे लग जाते हैं. आपको बड़ी हैरानी लगेगी कि 6 घंटे प्रेजेंटेशन, हाउ बोरिंग. It is boring if you don't participate. If you participate, the best that you can do is कि इससे अच्छा कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता. Right? So the first rule is sit in a circle. Second rule is, generally we say, speak in a language in which all people are comfortable. Don't talk in Hindi, I cannot understand. Don't talk in English, I cannot understand. If you talk in a language which the other person is not able to understand, it is not desirable. What we say is speak general मैं बता रही हूँ कि ये होता है, speak in a language in which people, or you can get through to people, where all people can understand you. But this is not true of dialogue. In dialogue, we insist on speak in a language in which you are comfortable. आप ऐसी भाषा का इस्तेमाल करें जिसमें आप खुद कंफर्टेबल महसूस करते हैं. और वो ज़्यादातर क्या होता है? इट इज़ योर मदर टंग. आप अपनी भाषा, जो आपकी मातृभाषा है, उसमें वो बंगाली, हिंदी, पंजाबी, मराठी जो भी होगी, आप उसमें बहुत कंफर्टेबल फील करते हैं. कभी कभी कहते हैं ना, किसी को गाली देनी हो तो अपनी भाषा में देते हैं, क्योंकि बड़ी आसानी से निकल जाती है वो, और पीपल कैन टेक इट. So when we are talking about language, the first thing is, then you will get an idea. If all people in the group, 6 of us are sitting in a group for paper presentation, and all of us are going to speak in our own language, then there will be utter chaos, utter confusion. बहुत ही confusion होगा. हमारे हम सब अपना अपना बोल रहे हैं, कोई हिंदी बोल रहा है, कोई पंजाबी बोल रहा है, कोई हिंदी बोल रहा है, इंग्लिश बोल रहा है. तो पासी साहब का ये कहना था कि our first insistence is speak in a language in which you are comfortable. आप अपने कंटेंट को रख तो पाओ, पहले उस भाषा में बात करो. Then after that you can use your non-verbal communication, your body language, your facial expressions, gestures, and you can ask your colleagues who are sitting there जो आपके फ्रेंड्स जो 5 बाकी बैठे हैं, आप उनसे पूछ सकते हो, उनकी मदद ले सकते हो, भैया क्या कह रहे हैं, मुझे तो नहीं आती ये भाषा, तो आप ये क्या कह रहे हैं, तो वो जो कहेंगे आपको समझा पाएंगे, ठीक है। तो इसलिए जो है आप सेकंड जो है, स्पीक इन अ लैंग्वेज इन विच यू आर कंफर्टेबल, विच इज जनरली द मदर टंग, इज रूल नंबर 2. And then you can take the help of others, and you can use your body language, you can use your facial expressions, which are more expressive than your speech. Non-verbal is more communicative than your communication. Okay. Now, what is the third rule? Third rule is agenda. Generally, when you have meetings, there is an agenda, which is fixed agenda. Today we are going to have a meeting from 4 to 5 o'clock, and this is going to be the agenda. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. आप अपना एजेंडा बना के बैठते हैं, लेकिन इसमें ऐसा नहीं होता है. इसमें है, डायलॉग में है, जो पेपर आप आज प्रेजेंटेशन के लिए लाए हैं वो ही आपका एजेंडा है. Today's agenda is the paper which you have brought for presentation, right? So this is rule number 3. Rule number 4. When you are sitting in a group and you are respecting each other, you are not pulling each other's legs, and you want to do the new learning. So what are you going to say? आप क्या करते हैं? You are all chairpersons. Generally in a meeting, we have one chairperson. एक chairperson होता है, बाकी participants होते हैं. इसमें ऐसा नहीं होता है. In dialogue, when you will make the paper presentation, you will see that you are talking, you are a speaker sometimes, you are a listener sometimes, and sometimes you will emerge as a leader. अब शायद लीडर होकर निकल आए, तो आप लीडर भी हो सकते हैं, स्पीकर भी होते हैं, और आप लिसनर भी होते हैं. So when you are a listener, a speaker, and a leader, then all are chairpersons from time to time. सभी एक ही टाइम नहीं होते हैं, कभी कोई टाइम पे कोई चेयरपर्सन होगा, कभी कोई चेयरपर्सन होगा. तो वी डोंट हैव वन चेयरपर्सन, वी हैव द नंबर ऑफ पार्टिसिपेंट्स, वो सब चेयरपर्सन है. इट कैन बी 6, इट कैन बी 8, or whatever the number of the group who is making the paper presentation. तो ये कौन सा नंबर हुआ? नंबर 4. अब 5वां है flexi timings. What is flexi timings? Flexing timing means flexible timings. It is true that time is very important. जैसे we were all getting, when I was getting agitated कि लेट हो रहा है, तो क्या है, time is important. But it is also true that we are not to become a slave of the time. हमें टाइम का गुलाम नहीं होना है. तो इसका मतलब क्या हुआ? जब आप पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन करेंगे, आपको अपने, हम तो लमसम टाइम दे देंगे, यू हैव टाइम फ्रॉम 3 to 5 PM, मेक योर प्रेजेंटेशन नाउ. आप अपने प्रेजेंटेशंस करेंगे, लेकिन उस समय आप किस कॉन्सेप्ट पे, जो 6 साइकिल्स अभी मैं आपको बताने वाली हूँ 1-2 मिनट में, कि 6 साइकिल्स में जब आप पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन करेंगे, किस साइकिल पे, किस कॉन्सेप्ट पे, how much time you are going to devote is your responsibility. We as moderators, as organizers, are giving you some time from 3 to 5 PM. आपने खुद रैशन करना है किस कॉन्सेप्ट पे, किस साइकिल पे हमें कितना एफर्ट लगाना है, कितनी स्वेटिंग करनी है, कितना पसीना बहाना है, वो सब आपने डिसाइड करना है. So you've got to ration your time accordingly. That is why it is called flexi timing. Time fixed नहीं होगा किसी भी साइकिल के लिए, किसी भी कॉन्सेप्ट के लिए. आपको खुद देखना है कहाँ कितना समय लगेगा. Accordingly, you will be using your or rationing your time. This is rule number 5. And the last is, generally what happens is, when you have a meeting, after the meeting, your minutes are ready, your resolutions are ready, and you share them. आप 1-2 बैठाते हो वहाँ पे, जैसे आपके भी यहाँ पे रिपोर्टर्स बैठे होंगे जो रिपोर्ट करेंगे बाद में कि इसी ग्रुप में ऐसा हुआ, ऐसा हुआ, ऐसा हुआ, राइट? वैसे ही उसको कंक्लूजन्स आप निकाल लेते हैं. आज की मीटिंग हुई और आज का हमारा पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ, और ये हमारे 5 conclusions निकले. This is one way. Dialogue mode of paper presentation insists on dynamic conclusions. Now, what is dynamic? We wait for a later period to give our, we construct. When we wait, we use social stimulation, we reflect, चिंतन मनन करते हैं हम, और उसके बाद हम जब अपने conclusions देते हैं, उसको dynamic कहते हैं. Instead of choosing after the meeting, we've chosen these 5 conclusions, we are constructing. When you are giving more time, you are constructing because you are more relaxed in your mind. आप relaxed हैं, आप जब भी आप कुछ नया देंगे वो आपका क्रिएटिव होगा, और इसीलिए हम कहते हैं कि डायलॉग मोड में हमारा जो 6th रूल है वो है डायनामिक कंक्लूजन्स. So I will revise once. These are the 6 rules, the process rules. Sit in a circle so that trust building is there. Then the second is language. Speak in a language in which you are comfortable, which is generally the mother tongue, and use your body language and non-verbal communication, and so on and so on. And the third is the agenda. Agenda of the day is the paper you have brought for presentation. The 4th is that all are chairpersons, they are speakers, they are listeners, and they are the leaders from time to time. So there is no one chairperson, all are chairpersons from time to time. Number 5 is flexi timing, where you are going to be fixing the time, rationing your time, कितना time, किस concept और किस पे हमने point पे लगाना है वो आप decide करेंगे. And finally, you have the dynamic conclusions, that you are waiting and you are going to construct, and you are waiting for a later time to give your conclusions after reflection and more thinking and social stimulation. So this is clear, I presume. First is 6 के ये 6 rules हैं, और ये 6 rules आपको समझ में आ गए, ऐसा मैं मान के चल रही हूँ. Then the first 2 is called the 2 general tools, where the first is the IQ. IQ is instant questioning. आजकल ज़माना है instant coffee, instant noodles, instant ये, तो ऐसे instant questioning. When one person is making a presentation, there can be certain things which you do not understand. कोई phrase हो गया, कोई word हो गया, कोई concept हो गया, जो आपको समझ में नहीं आया. You've not understood. So ask the person there and then, stop them. जैसे मैंने आपसे बोला था कि अगर आपको कुछ समझ में नहीं आए तो आप मुझे उसी समय पूछना, रोक देना मुझे और पूछना कि ये क्या बोला मैम, आपने हमें समझ में नहीं आया है. अगर हम ऐसा करते हैं उसको हम कहते हैं instant questioning. Ask when you do not understand. Now there can be a thought in your mind saying that if we stop people, the chain of thinking breaks. There can be, people might think that the chain gets broken if you stop people. ऐसा नहीं है. Mind has the ability to construct. वो तुरंत एडजस्ट करके कंस्ट्रक्ट कर सकते हैं, तो ऐसा नहीं होता है. ये एक्सपीरियंस भी बताता है और ये फैक्ट भी है. तो आप ये मत सोचें कि हमारा लिंक टूट जाएगा, या आप कभी ये सोचें ओ नाउ ये शायद कुछ मैम डिस्टर्ब हो जाएंगी तो हम इनसे बाद में पूछ लेंगे. तो इसके क्या है, 2 खामियां हैं. एक तो बाद में तक आप भूल भी जाते हो कि क्या पूछना था, क्योंकि नए नए बातें हम बोलेंगे तो आप उसमें लग जाते हो. और दूसरा जो है कि आप का मन भी नहीं लगता. यू डोंट रिमेन फोकस्ड ऑन व्हाट आई एम सेइंग बिकॉज यू आर थिंकिंग अबाउट व्हाट आई हैव टू आस्क. यू गॉट टू, मैंने ये पूछना, तो ध्यान उधर है ना कि उसमें कि मैं क्या कह रही हूँ. व्हाट एम आई ट्राइंग टू एक्सप्लेन टू यू, यू डू नॉट अंडरस्टैंड और फोकस ऑन दैट. So this is instant questioning. If you have any problem, any difficulty with any concept, with any question that you have in mind, stop the speaker, ask there and then. So when one person is making the presentation, if there are certain things or certain words which the person has not understood, the other group people have not understood, stop them there. Excuse me, you said this in your title. All the words are clear, but this word theater आपने जो यूज किया ये हमें समझ में नहीं आया है. मैम कैन यू प्लीज एक्सप्लेन व्हाट यू मीन? तो उन्होंने आपको बता दिया, क्लैरिफिकेशन हो गई. आफ्टर द क्लैरिफिकेशन यू मूव ऑन. Yeah, so this is IQ, the first general tool. The second is CCC. ABC होता है ना, तो थर्ड लेटर जो आपका अल्फाबेट का है, the first is C, the second is C, and the third is C. So the first C is compare, the second is contrast, and the third is create. Now, what are these words? When one person is making the presentation or sharing the title or sharing the methodology, then you are not sleeping, you are not just sitting, you are examining your mental models. Okay, so you are trying to compare your title with the person who is speaking with his or her title. आप उनके टाइटल से अपने टाइटल को कंपेयर कर रहे हैं कि मेरा टाइटल और इनका टाइटल सेम कैसे है, डिफरेंट कैसे है. Are we the same? Are we the different? No, she's worked with the girls and I've worked with the boys. She's worked in the urban area and I've worked in the rural area, and so on and so forth. So the first is you compare, second is you contrast, same कैसे हैं, भिन्न कैसे हैं, और क्रिएट करते हैं. ये सब सुनते सुनते आपके मन में कुछ नया उठ सकता है, a new insight. You might get a new insight, and when you get a new insight, you are creating something new, which did not strike you when you were making your paper. जब आप पेपर लिख रहे थे उस समय आपको ये बात समझ में नहीं आई, लेकिन अब दूसरों की बातों को सुन के, कंपेयर करके, अपने मेंटल मॉडल्स को आप एग्जामिन करके कुछ नया क्रिएट कर रहे हैं. So this is called the second general tool called CCC, where the first is IQ, instant questioning, and the second is CCC, which you compare, contrast, and you create. So this is 6 into 2. Now we come to the first 3. Now the 3 aspects, जो पहले 3 aspects हैं, WWH. Now what do we mean by WWH? WWH is where the first is what, why, and how. आपने क्या किया, कैसे किया, क्यों किया. इन 3 कॉन्सेप्ट्स एस्पेक्ट्स को आप बार बार देखोगे कि आप जब भी बात करोगे, प्रेजेंटेशन करोगे, आपके साथी प्रेजेंटेशन कर रहे हैं, ग्रुप में डायलॉग कर रहे हैं, तो उस समय आप देखोगे कि कभी आपका व्हाट लग रहा है, कभी वाई लग रहा है, किसी का हाउ लग रहा है, कैसे लग रहा है. सो दीज 3 aspects will be used from time to time, from the first cycle to the last cycle. Okay, so this is your first 3. So 6 into 2 into 3. Then we come to the next 3. The next 3 is called 3 phases of time. When you were writing your paper, when you were making your paper for presentation, you had consulted some old literature, which is the past. Now, when you are sitting and making a presentation in the group, you are listening and you are getting some new thoughts, new ideas, new concepts, new insights. This is called your present. On the basis of your past and present, you might be having some visions, some dreams for your futures. तो वो हो गया आपका पास्ट, प्रेजेंट एंड फ्यूचर्स, कि हमने अगर यही करना है तो पास्ट में हमने जब लिखा था पेपर तो ये कंसल्ट किया था, और जब हम अब दूसरा कर रहे हैं तो हमने ये प्रेजेंट में हमको ये मिला नया इंसाइट, और इनके आधार पे हम अपना फ्यूचर्स की ड्रीम्स को और अपने फ्यूचर के विजन्स को कैसे बनाएंगे. सो वी हैव 6 into 2 into 3 into 3. Yeah, I presume I am clear and you've all understood very well up to this point. And now I come to the last 6, which is the most important, and you've got to be the most effective in this. 6. Okay. 5 मिनट पहले बोलना. तो आपको अब हम 6 बताएंगे. 6 क्या है? 6 cycles of paper presentation. In dialogue mode, आप ये याद रखिए, we are talking about, यहाँ पे अपनी खोपड़ी पे बार बार मारो ऐसे ऐसे, क्यों मारो? क्योंकि ये हमारा माइंड जो है ना कंडीशनड माइंड है। इतने सालों से इतने हमारे जो भी कॉन्सेप्ट्स हैं, जो भी हमारे बिलीव्स रहे हैं, घर वालों ने, सोसाइटी ने जो हमको दिए, वो यहाँ पे फिक्स हो गए हैं, राइट? सो वी आर नाउ एग्जामिनिंग एंड वी आर ट्रैपिंग आवरसेल्व्स। यहाँ पे जब तक नहीं मारेंगे तो हमको बार बार आएगा। अभी हमने बड़ा अच्छा डिस्कशन किया मैडम, डिस्कशन नहीं किया, हमने क्या किया? डायलॉग किया। बार बार बोलो, यू यहाँ पे अपने को मारो, और हैमरिंग जिसको कहते हैं ना, हैमर से मारना, hammer yourself constantly, go on hammering from time to time and keep reminding yourself that I am learning dialogue mode of paper presentation, learning dialogue mode of paper presentation. जब तक आप ये नहीं करेंगे तब तक आपको बार बार वही पुराने जो ढर्रे वाली बातें हैं, जो पुरानी हैं, कभी आप कहोगे हम आर्ग्यूमेंट कर रहे हैं, कभी आप कहोगे हम डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, कभी हम कुछ भी कहोगे, पर डायलॉग नहीं कहोगे। हम इंसिस्ट करते हैं कि आप बार बार अपने को हैमर करें फ्रॉम टाइम टू टाइम एंड कीप सेइंग दैट वी आर लर्निंग dialogue mode of paper presentation. In dialogue mode of paper presentation, we insist on two concepts, two learnings जो आपके होने चाहिए। एक तो हम listening पे जोर देते हैं, दूसरा हम reflection पे जोर देते हैं। We insist कि आप ज्यादा, कईयों को बोलने की बहुत आदत होती है, और आप देखोगे अपने ग्रुप में जब डायलॉग प्रेजेंटेशन चुप ही नहीं करते, बोलते ही जाते हैं, क्योंकि उनको आदत ही है बोलने की, क्या करें? And we are insisting, become a good listener. Listening is better than speaking. Speak only when you have, something better to share than this listening. तो आप listening और reflection पे डायलॉग मोड में हम इंसिस्ट करते हैं, rather than speaking and advocacy, कि ऐसा करो वैसा करो, ये और या स्पीक करते हैं, उसके बदले में लिसनिंग और रिफ्लेक्शन आप करते हैं। और जो हमने बताया 6 cycles, we have 6 cycles which are 6 sequential, sequence में आते हैं, एक आया, दूसरा आया, तीसरा आया, छठा आया। So we follow 6 sequential cycles of paper presentation, where the first is called the readiness cycle. रेडिनेस साइकिल जो है उसको हम जनरल भी साइकिल कह सकते हैं, जनरल रेजिटेशन। रेडी हम जब तक नहीं होंगे हम अपनी बात को नहीं रख पाएंगे। तो हम जो रेडीनेस साइकिल है वो हमारा पहला है, कोई इनहिबिशन। अगर हमको 6 घंटे बोलना है और 6 वहां बैठे और 6 अलग अलग जगह से आए, आप किसी को जानते नहीं हो, किसी की शक्ल कभी देखी नहीं है, will you be able to make a presentation? No, you'll be hesitant, you will not be free. And remember what I told you in the beginning, when we are making a presentation through dialogue, we have to be informal. बच्चों की तरह मस्ती करनी है, हमने हंसना भी है, कूदना भी है, खेलना भी है, but at the same time I have to be very serious. I have to be very serious also, लेकिन इनफॉर्मल तरीके से, ठीक है? तो उसके लिए तो हमें चाहिए कि हम खुल के बात करें, और खुल के बात हम तब कर सकते हैं जबकि हमें पूरी छूट हो, और छूट तो आपको दी है कि आप बोलिए जैसे आपको बोलना है। तो आप जब बोलते हैं, when you are making your first readiness cycle है, उसमें आप क्या करते हैं, फिर क्या करना क्या है मैडम उसमें? तो उसमें आपको करना है, आप अपने बारे में बताएं कि मेरा नाम ये है, मेरा नाम डॉक्टर पासी है, मैं इंदौर में रहती हूँ, और मुझे जो है बच्चों से बात करना बहुत अच्छा लगता है, डायलॉग हमें करना बहुत अच्छा लगता है, या और मुझे जो है ना संतरे बहुत पसंद है, वगैरह वगैरह, ऐसे जनरल बात जैसे छोटे बच्चे करते हैं, ऐसे मस्ती वाली। वैसे जब हम इस तरह की बात करेंगे तो हम फ्री हो जाते हैं, क्योंकि हमने 1-2 घंटे और साथ में बैठना है, तो कैसे करेंगे बात, पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन कैसे करेंगे? Unless we are informal, we are not hesitant, we are very free to speak. But remember, again and again I'm telling you, no leg pulling. मस्ती करनी है लेकिन लेग पुलिंग नहीं करनी है, लाइटर वेट में बात करनी है लेकिन लेग पुलिंग नहीं करनी है। This is not allowed, because that leads to disrespect. And disrespect is not allowed in any way when you are making your paper presentation through dialogue, right? So the first cycle is called the general readiness cycle, when you all become ready by talking in lighter mood and talking about something which is very free. Talk about your food, talk about your friends, talk about the actors, talk about anything. Talk about your likes and dislikes, your habits, or whatever you want to talk, just making it light. And after this, you come to the first, अब जो अगले 5 हैं, ये फर्स्ट साइकिल रेडीनेस साइकिल जो है वो जनरल है, और जो अगले 5 हैं वो एकेडमिक साइकिल्स हैं. You can call them academic cycles, or 6 cycles में first is general and the 5 next are your academic cycles. So we come to the second cycle and the first academic cycle, which is called the title cycle. आपने बात कर ली, सबने पांचों ने 1 2 3 4 5 6 हो गया, सबने अपना अपना बता दिया, कहाँ से आए हो, कौन सी इंस्टीट्यूशन में पढ़ाते हो, कितनी सैलरी मिलती है, क्या मस्ती करते हो, कितने बच्चे हैं, शादी होगी कि नहीं होगी, सब कर लिया. अब आप रेडी हो गए फॉर योर पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन. अब पहला जो आप करेंगे वो टाइटल साइकिल है. अब कोई भी एक सीक्वेंस में फॉलो करने की जरूरत नहीं है कि पहले बोलेगा, फिर हमारे बाजू में जो बैठा है वो नंबर 2 बोलेगा, जो तैयार है वो बोलेगा, पर सब लड़ झगड़ के नहीं बोलेंगे. अगर एक बोल रहा है तो दूसरे शांति से रहेंगे, उनको बोलने तो फिर आप बोलोगे. ओके, सो देयर इज नो वन फिक्स्ड रूल कि पहले ये बोलेगा, फिर ये बोलेगा, फिर ये बोलेगा, फिर ये बोलेगा, ऐसा भी नहीं है. ये है, फिर ये वाला बोल गया कि इसका तैयार था ये, और ये बेचारा अभी थोड़ा सा खुल रहा है, धीरे धीरे फूल खुलेगा, तो फिर उसके बाद ये बोलेगा. तो पहला जो आपने टाइटल बताया, जैसे द टाइटल ऑफ माय पेपर इज आपने बता दिया. अब वहां पे किसी को कोई बात समझ में नहीं आए, अगर समझ में आ जाए नो प्रॉब्लम, देन यू कम टू द नेक्स्ट पर्सन, वो अपना साइकिल अपना टाइटल बताएंगे, फिर तीसरा चौथा बताएगा. पांचवें का साइकिल में जो पांचवा जो पर्सन है साइकिल में, उसमें किसी को कोई वर्ड समझ में नहीं आया उनके टाइटल का, तो आप क्या करोगे, वहीं रोकोगे और आप IQ करोगे. Remember that word IQ I told you? Instant questioning. मैम आपके टाइटल में ये वर्ड है, बाकी तो सब समझ में आ गया, बट आई एम नॉट एबल टू फॉलो दिस, प्लीज कैन यू क्लैरिफाई फॉर मी. उसी समय वो क्लैरिफिकेशन लेके तब आगे बढ़ेंगे, तब नंबर 6 बोलेगा अपना. अगर कोई सबके क्लियर है, आपको समझ में आ रहे हैं, 6 के 6 को समझ में आ रहे हैं, सारे वर्ड्स सारे कॉन्सेप्ट समझ में आ रहे हैं, then there is no difficulty, no problem, you move on. But if you have any difficulty, stop there. Ask IQ for questioning or clarifications. And the others, when one is talking, what are the others doing? They are also doing C. एक ने टाइटल बताया तो आप अपने टाइटल से उनका टाइटल कंपेयर कर रहे हो. अभी नंबर 6, नंबर 2, नंबर 3 जो ये कह रहे हैं, अच्छा इन्होंने ये टाइटल बोला, ओके आई अंडरस्टैंड, पर मेरा टाइटल तो इससे ऐसे थोड़ा सेम है, और ऐसे मेरा डिफरेंट है, और ये तो मैंने सोचा ही नहीं था, अब नया कुछ भी आ गया उसी समय. सो यू आर क्रिएटिंग, so you are constructing, you are not sleeping, you are examining your mental models, and there you are comparing, you are contrasting, and you are creating, and you are trying to find out how you are same, different, and something new coming up. This is first part of your title cycle. Academic cycle जो आपका पहला है, उसमें आपने पहले का टाइटल साइकिल जिसको हमने नाम दिया है, उसको 2 पार्ट्स में हम करते हैं. पहला हमारा क्या होता है, आप पहले जब करते हैं तो आप अपने टाइटल को बताते हैं, तो नंबर 1 2 3 4 सबने 6 ने अपना टाइटल बता दिया. उसके बाद आप बताते हैं कि भाई हमने ये तो करा, पर अब हमारा इसमें कुछ आपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स लिखे होंगे, कुछ आपने रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस लिखे होंगे, कुछ आपने अपने हाइपोथेसिस लिखे होंगे. तो जो आपने लिखा है वो आप अब शेयरिंग करोगे. उसी तरह से पहले टाइटल सबने 6 के 6 ने बता दिया, फिर आपने अपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बताए. आपके मन में आ सकता है कि मैडम मेरा तो कोई ऑब्जेक्टिव नहीं था, ऐसा होता नहीं है, वैसे ऑब्जेक्टिव तो होंगे ना कोई, फिर हमने हाइपोथेसिस लिखी है पर हमारा कोई रिसर्च क्वेश्चन नहीं है। तो जो तुमने किया है, कुछ लोग रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस लिखते हैं, कुछ लोग हाइपोथेसिस कहते हैं, तो जो आपने किया है वो आप पार्ट 2 ऑफ योर टाइटल साइकिल में करोगे। फर्स्ट यू विल गिव द टाइटल, all will share the title. Second, you will give your objectives, you will give your, फिर थर्ड साइकिल ऐसी छोटे अपने बनाते जाओगे कि हाइपोथेसिस, फिर हाइपोथेसिस नहीं है तो फिर रिसर्च क्वेश्चन, जो है ये आप करके अपना साइकिल को पूरा करोगे। You give your title, you give your hypothesis, you give your objectives, and you give your research questions. So we come to the second academic and the third cycle of paper presentation. अब वो क्या है? वो है आपका मेथडोलॉजी। आपने टाइटल बता दिया, आपने ऑब्जेक्टिव्स बता दिए, आपने अपने रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस बता दिए, आपने सब बता दिया, सब क्लियर है, सबको समझ में आ रहा है। नाउ व्हाट हैव यू डन? आपने किया कैसे? देन इट इज कॉल्ड द मेथडोलॉजी साइकिल। जो कार्य आपने किया उसको मेथडोलॉजी साइकिल कहते हैं, और एक एक करके आप लोगे। अब उसमें क्या क्या आएगा? अब ये देखो, अब आप देखो उसमें मैंने आपको क्या बोला था, यू गॉट टू रैशन योर टाइम। देखो मैं बीच बीच में आपको याद दिलवा रही हूँ कि मैंने कहा था रैशन करना है। जब आपने टाइटल बताया था तो 1 मिनट लगा था, नहीं सॉरी, जब आपने अपना रेडीनेस साइकिल अपने आपने अपने बारे में बताया, माय नेम इज सो एंड सो, आई कम फ्रॉम सो एंड सो प्लेस, आई टीच इन दिस इंस्टीट्यूशन, बात खत्म। आपने 1 मिनट में सब बता दिया। जब आपने टाइटल बताया तो टाइटल में भी 1 मिनट लगा, माय टाइटल इज दिस 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 दिस। लेकिन आपने जब अपने हाइपोथेसिस बताए तो वो 2 हैं, 3 हैं, कितने हैं, कैसे हैं, वो आप बताने में थोड़ा समय लग रहा है। तो आप देखोगे कि स्लोली एज यू प्रोसीड टू मेक योर प्रेजेंटेशन, your rationing of times becomes more. You are becoming more liberal, giving more time to what you want to say, right? When you are making your methodology cycle or you are doing your methodology cycle, you will be talking about the design you have used. आपने कैसा डिजाइन यूज किया है, आपने अपने रिसर्च वर्क में क्या कितना सैंपल लिया है, फिर आपने टूल्स कौन से यूज किए हैं, स्टैंडर्डाइज टूल्स यूज किए हैं या अपने अपने टूल्स बनाए हैं, व्हाट हैव यू डन? सो और हाउ डिड यू कलेक्ट द डेटा, फ्रॉम वेयर डिड यू कलेक्ट द डेटा, एंड हाउ डिड यू एनालाइज द डेटा? इन सब के छोटे छोटे साइकिल्स बनते जाएंगे। भाई हमारा नंबर 1 का डिजाइन ये है, 2 का ये है, 3 का 6 का डिजाइन ये है। सैंपल 1 ने तो 1 ही किया, 2 ने तो 10 ले लिए, तीसरे ने जो है 1000 ले लिए। अब ऐसे क्यों किया, ऐसा क्यों किया? अब देखो वहां पे IQ, CCC सब चलता जाएगा, और आप देखोगे दैट यू आर very elaborately doing your methodology cycle, where how you have collected from design to sample to tools to analysis, collection and analysis, everything is done. This is your methodology cycle, and obviously you will be spending and devoting more time than your first and the second cycle, where you have devoted maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. यहाँ पे तो पसीने छूटेंगे ऐसे ऐसे करके और ज़्यादा समय भी लगेगा। तो आप देखोगे कि आपको कितना समय किस साइकिल पे लगाना है, किस कॉन्सेप्ट पे कितना लगाना है, और इसीलिए मैंने आपसे कहा था फ्लेक्सी टाइमिंग होंगे, एंड you've got to ration your time. I hope I'm clear. And we come to the next cycle, which is called the 4th cycle, which is called the finding cycle. आपने टाइटल बताया, आपने सब बता दिया, आपने कैसे काम किया है वो बता दिया, और आप जब मेथोडोलॉजी कर रहे हो ना तो उसमें WWH लग रहा है। What have you done? Why have you done like this? Why did you take इतना sample? And WW and how have you done? तो आपने देखा ना कॉन्सेप्ट जो आपके 3 वाले थे, 3 एस्पेक्ट्स WWH, वो कैसे लग रहे हैं यहाँ पे? कुछ ज्यादा लगेंगे, कुछ कम लगेंगे, पर लगेंगे। ऐसा नहीं है कि लगेंगे नहीं, पर आपने कभी इस पर तवज्जो दी नहीं थी आज तक। वो तो हम हैं जो आपको बता रहे हैं डायलॉग मोड में ऐसे होता है तो अब ऐसे करना पड़ेगा बेटा। तो अब आप देखोगे कि कैसे आपको करना पड़ेगा। तो इस तरह से आप देखोगे कि मेथोडोलॉजी आपने इलेबोरेटली डायलॉग मेथोडोलॉजी साइकिल कर लिया है, Then you come to number 4 cycle, which is called your findings cycle, your conclusion cycle, your expected outcome cycle. कोई कुछ लिखता है, कोई कुछ लिखता है, तो तुमने जो लिखा है, तुमने कुछ फाइंडिंग तुम्हारी हुई ना, कुछ आउटकम हुआ ना, या फिर तुमने अभी कुछ जो है वो कंक्लूजन करा ना अपने स्टडी का, वो क्या किया, वो आप सब शेयरिंग करोगे नंबर 4 साइकिल पे, विच इज कॉल्ड फाइंडिंग साइकिल, कंक्लूजन साइकिल और एक्सपेक्टेड आउटकम साइकिल. अगेन रिमेंबर, दिस इज गोइंग टू बी इन 2 पार्ट्स. पार्ट 1 में आप अपने साइकिल्स बताओगे. नंबर 1 जो बैठा है ग्रुप में, उसने अपने अपने सॉरी साइकिल ने अपने टाइटल वो सॉरी अपने फाइंडिंग्स बताए कि मेरी स्टडी के इतने फाइंडिंग्स है और ये फाइंडिंग है. नंबर 1 2 3 ये मेरे फाइंडिंग्स है, मेरे 3 फाइंडिंग्स हैं. नंबर 2 ने कहा, अब नंबर 2 घबराए नहीं, उसका अगर एक ही फाइंडिंग निकला तो एक ही फाइंडिंग है. टू गिव योर वन फाइंडिंग, माय फाइंडिंग इज दिस. Number 3 has 10 findings. Okay, share 10 findings. But remember, these are your findings. These are the findings of your paper. And that is why we call it I findings. ये मेरे findings हैं. I findings हैं ये. Right? And the second part will be, after 6 of you have shared your I findings, you will do your V finding. Now, how do we do V findings? This is very difficult. And you will have to devote a lot of time. So how do we do that? You will pool. Pool मतलब एक basket ले लो, उसमें जितने सबके titles findings हुए हैं, 4th वाले में जितने सबके titles, नंबर 1 से लेके 6 के, एक नंबर का एक टाइटल था, मतलब फाइंडिंग था, 2 के 3 थे तो 4 हो गए, फिर तीसरे का कितना था, चौथे का कितना था, सारे मिला के जितने फाइंडिंग्स हैं उनको एक टोकरी में रख लो. टोकरी में मतलब एक पूल करके एक जगह पे रख लो. Pool all the findings, all the I findings. Don't say findings, say pool all the I findings. When you pool all the findings, suppose you have 10 in number, कि 6 के बीच में ये 10 findings निकले हैं. अब उनमें से 10 के 10 को आप फाइन ट्यून करो, होंगे नहीं, मिलेगा ही नहीं. कोई लेफ्ट जा रहा है, कोई राइट जा रहा है, कोई ऊपर जा रहा है, कोई नीचे जा रहा है, कोई मिलता ही नहीं है किसी से भी. हमारी स्टडी अलग थी, हमारा कॉन्सेप्ट अलग था, सब कुछ अलग था. हाउ कैन इट बी द सेम? दैट इज व्हाट आई एम सेइंग. यू गॉट टू मेक अ lot of effort. You've got to sweat a lot when you have to do your V findings. Whenever you have to do your V findings, it's not easy. Just like you fine tune your radio. कभी कभी रेडियो बैठे बैठे 2-3 जगह इकट्ठे स्टेशन मिल जाते हैं ना, तो आप क्या करते हो, उसको ऐसे जोर जोर से नहीं घुमाते हो, बड़े धीरे धीरे उसको आप फाइन ट्यून करते हो. और फिर भी वो कभी तो फिक्स हो जाता है, कभी नहीं भी होता है, तो उसमें और समय लगाना पड़ता है. ऐसे ही आपको अपनी आई फाइंडिंग्स से निकाल कर, निचोड़ कर, एफर्ट करके, पसीने बहा के आपको अपने क्या करना है, वी फाइंडिंग्स बनानी है. और वी फाइंडिंग जितनी आई फाइंडिंग्स है उतनी वी फाइंडिंग्स बनेंगी, कोई जरूरी नहीं है, बनाना भी जरूरी नहीं है, वो बनेगा भी नहीं. So what do? You maybe make 1 or maybe you can make 2. 2-3 बना लो जितने आसानी से बन सके, और उसको फाइन ट्यून कर लो. थोड़ा बहुत 19-20 से चेंज करना पड़े, फाइन ट्यून का मतलब थोड़ा चेंज करना पड़े तो कर लो, पर वी फाइंडिंग्स बना लो. Now once your V finding is constructed, your I findings is redundant. It has no meaning at all. क्योंकि I तो अब खत्म हो गया, I को तो हमने मिला दिया किसमें, V में, तो सब V हो गया. तो इस जगह से जब आपका नंबर साइकिल 4 है, फाइंडिंग्स आपने बताई, पहले आपने सब ने बता दी अपनी फाइंडिंग्स, जिसमें हम कहते हैं आई फाइंडिंग्स. आई फाइंडिंग्स को आपने पूल किया, पूल करने के बाद आपने फाइन ट्यून किया, उसमें से आपने 1 और 2 और मे बी 3 आपने क्या किए, आपने फाइन ट्यून करके वी फाइंडिंग्स बना ली. ठीक है, तो आपका साइकिल नंबर 4 इन 2 पार्ट्स, आई फाइंडिंग followed by V findings बन गया, and you have done your cycle number 4. Now you come to cycle number 5 and you will see from cycle number 4 के बाद से पसीने भी छूटने लगे, समय भी ज्यादा लग रहा है, एफर्ट भी ज्यादा लग रहा है, और क्रिएटिविटी भी ज्यादा आ रही है, और लर्निंग भी ज्यादा हो रही है. See the words I'm using. All these are happening with you. And it is a big learning for you. बहुत लर्निंग होती है, क्योंकि आप जब खुद कर रहे हैं, पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं, और अगर आप पार्टिसिपेट नहीं करोगे यू विल गेट बोर्ड, क्योंकि डिफिकल्ट काम तो किसी ब्रेन डज नॉट लाइक टू डू. ब्रेन लाइक्स टू डू इजी थिंग्स. Easy things are known things, and known things are, just the routine things. अगर ब्रेन को आपने धक्का मारना है कि कुछ नया करो, वो पहले तो करेगा नहीं, करेगा तो फिर एफर्ट लगेगा, तो फिर भी वो कहेगा ये तो बड़ी मुश्किल है, मुश्किल वो करना नहीं चाहता है. ब्रेन लाइक्स टू डू इजी थिंग्स. इजी थिंग्स आर नोन थिंग्स, and known things are your routine things which you have learned all this life, all your life, अभी जितना सीखा है. तो यहां से आपका नंबर 5 होगा रिकमेंडेशन साइकिल. अब रिकमेंडेशन साइकिल क्या है? इमेजिन योरसेल्फ कि तुम 6 जो बैठे हो, तुम पॉलिसी मेकर हो. वो नेशनल पॉलिसी आपको बनाए ना एजुकेशन की, तो वो अब आपसे गवर्नमेंट पूछ रही है, आपके इंस्टीट्यूशन पूछ रहे हैं, आपके वाइस चांसलर पूछ रहे हैं, जो आपके हेड हैं या सीईओज हैं वो पूछ रहे हैं कि भाई आप हमको रिकमेंडेशंस बताइए. वेयर डू यू वांट टू टेक योर यूनिवर्सिटी इन द नेक्स्ट 10 years? वेयर डू यू वांट टू टेक योर कंट्री इन द नेक्स्ट 10 years? रिकमेंडेशंस दीजिए हमें पॉलिसी बना के दीजिए. सो नाउ यू हैव बिकम अ पॉलिसी मेकर. वेरी डिफिकल्ट वर्क, very difficult work, and at the same time very important work. तो अब आप जो recommendations आप करेंगे, how are you going to make your recommendations? You are going to make your recommendations first on the basis of V findings. टाइम देख लो, V findings. फिर आप recommendations करेंगे. आपने जब पेपर लिखा था तो क्या करा था? लिटरेचर कंसल्ट किया था ना, पास्ट लिटरेचर. You had consulted past literature. You will use that. पास्ट लिटरेचर को लेके आओ. पास्ट वो 3 कॉन्सेप्ट्स, 3 टाइम फेजेस बताए थे ना, पास्ट प्रेजेंट फ्यूचर. तो वी तो आपने अभी अभी क्रिएट किया है, वो आपका प्रेजेंट है, क्योंकि अभी अभी आपने वो वी क्रिएट करके बनाया है वी फाइंडिंग से. तो आप वी फाइंडिंग्स के आधार पर अपनी रिकमेंडेशंस दो. अपने पास्ट लिटरेचर पे जो आपने इनसाइट्स, जो आपके पास्ट इनसाइट्स थे, जो आपने पेपर लिखते वक्त बनाए थे, उसके आधार पे बनाओगे. और उसके बाद आपके फ्यूचर्स, कुछ ड्रीम्स हैं, कुछ विजन्स हैं, उनके आधार पे बनाओगे. आई वांट टू टेक माय इंस्टीट्यूशन, आई वांट टू टेक माय दिस चाइल्ड, आई वांट टू टेक माय दिस क्लास. यहाँ पे कहाँ लेके जाना है तुमने, वहाँ के लिए रिकमेंडेशंस करोगे. एंड ऑल दिस यू विल बी डूइंग कि मैं अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में कैसे लगा सकता हूँ. एंड यू विल बी डूइंग ऑल दिस, योर पास्ट, प्रेजेंट, योर फ्यूचर्स, योर. एंड एट द सेम टाइम रिमेंबर, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है ये कि आप जब आप करोगे तो आप अपने सिचुएशंस को भी देखोगे, सिचुएशनल कंडीशंस को भी देखोगे कि हमारी सिचुएशन क्या है, योर सोशियो इकोनॉमिक कल्चरल कंडीशंस क्या हैं, इनको भी देखोगे. कैन आई अफोर्ड टू गिव ऑल द चिल्ड्रन? ये कल्चर हमारा अलाउ करता है क्या? क्या हमारे पास इतना पैसा है? क्या हमारे पास, मतलब मेरे इंस्टीट्यूशन के पास, क्या हम अपने बच्चों को ये प्रोवाइड कर सकते हैं अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में? क्या सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी ये दे सकती है? क्या मेरा नेशन एज अ कंट्री दे सकता है? So when you are making recommendations, you have to take all this into consideration. Plus, you have to be talking locally, globally, but acting locally. ग्लोबली आप सबकी बातें सुनो, देखो, करो, लेकिन आपको एक्ट करना है लोकली कि हम दे सकते हैं कि नहीं दे सकते हैं. दिस इज योर साइकिल नंबर 5, which is called recommendation cycle. Finally, we come to the last cycle, which is called the reflection cycle. जब आप रिफ्लेक्शन साइकिल करते हैं, फिर 2 पार्ट्स में होगा. एक तो आप ये देखोगे कि आपकी क्या कुछ लर्निंग हुई है डायलॉग मोड ऑफ पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन से या नहीं. आपने जो एज एन इंडिविजुअल जो भी आपकी लर्निंग हुई है, जो आपका टाइटल था, जो आपने पेपर्स 5-6 और सुने हैं, अब आपको सबके पेपर याद हो गए हैं, सिर्फ अपना पेपर लेके आए थे, लेकिन आपको अब 6 पेपर्स यू कैन मेक अ प्रेजेंटेशन, क्योंकि आपके सबके बारे में पता है किसने ये किया, इसने क्या, ये किया, ये किया. सो यू विल बी टॉकिंग अबाउट, एक स्ट्रक्चर्ड अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलती है आपको रिफ्लेक्शन साइकिल में कि हमने जो ग्रुप में काम किया है वो साइंटिफिक है कि नहीं, वो एथिकल है कि नहीं. मैडम काम तो बड़ा अच्छा है लेकिन वो एथिकल नहीं है, वैल्यू बेस्ड नहीं है, तो देन वी रिजेक्ट इट, वो हमारे लिए बेकार है. पर क्या हम उसको यूज कर सकते हैं, क्या वो हमारे लिए ठीक है, और हमने क्या कुछ नई लर्निंग करी है, जो हमने ये 6 लोगों ने मिलकर नई लर्निंग करी है, वी लर्निंग करी है, वीनेस की भावना से सीखा है, तो क्या हम अपने जो भी हमारी रिकमेंडेशंस हैं उनको जो हम देंगे वो रेलेवेंट हैं कि नहीं, हमारी थीम ऑफ द कॉन्फ्रेंस से हमारा टाइटल मिलता है कि नहीं, इस पे आप चिंतन मनन करेंगे रिफ्लेक्शन साइकिल में. पार्ट 1. पार्ट 2 इज you have used a dialogue mode of paper presentation for the first time in your life, and do you like it or not, is it effective or not, has it made you comfortable, has it made you uncomfortable, whatever you are doing, ये आपने करके दिखाया. ठीक है. This is where we end the 6 cycles, and it is the 6th part of 6 into 2 into 3 into 3 into 6. ठीक है. So I will quickly in 1 or 2 minutes do the recap because time हो गया है, मुझे पता है, I'm conscious about that. So we have 6 into 2 into 3 into 6, and the first is 6 हमारे प्रोसेस रूल्स है, where we sit in a circle. लैंग्वेज हम यूज करते हैं मदर टंग, या जो सबको समझ में आए वो नहीं, जिसमें हम खुद कंफर्टेबल फील करते हैं. थर्ड इज एजेंडा ऑफ द डे इज द पेपर यू आर गोइंग टू मेक द प्रेजेंटेशन. फोर्थ इज ऑल आर चेयरपर्सन्स. नंबर 5 इज फ्लेक्सी टाइमिंग, किस मोड पे, किस पे हमें कितना टाइम लगाना है वो. एंड फाइनली यू हैव योर डायनेमिक कंक्लूजन्स, कि हमने जो अपना कंक्लूजन करना है वो कंस्ट्रक्ट करना है, ना कि चूज करना है कि सबने बताया तो हमने चूज कर लिया. दिस इज नंबर 1, 6. देन वी हैव 2 जनरल टूल्स, IQ, इंस्टेंट क्वेश्चनिंग, कुछ समझ में नहीं आया कॉन्सेप्ट या बात समझ में नहीं आई, उसी समय पूछो, क्लैरिफिकेशन कराओ, आगे. देन वी हैव CCC, where you compare, you contrast and you create, कि हम कैसे सेम है, कैसे डिफरेंट है, और कैसे हमने कुछ नया सीखा, ये मेंटल मॉडल्स को एग्जामिन करोगे. देन वी हैव 3 एस्पेक्ट्स, WWH, वाई, व्हाट, वाई एंड हाउ. ठीक है, इसको आपने देखा. फिर आपने 3 phases ऑफ टाइम देखा, पास्ट, प्रेजेंट एंड फ्यूचर्स. And finally, your 6th is the 6 cycles of paper presentation, which are in sequence one after the other. But the first is the readiness, general readiness cycle. The second is called the title cycle. Title में भी 2 parts आपने करे, title बताया, आपने objectives, hypothesis, research questions बताए, फिर आपने methodology cycle बताया, आपका 3rd cycle, और ये आपको बताता है इसमें आपने क्या डिजाइन यूज किया, क्या सैंपल यूज किया, क्या आपने किस तरह से टूल्स यूज किए, अपने बनाए कि कैसे लिए, कौन किए, ऐसे ऐसे ये सब आपने बताया. देन यू हैव द 4th which is called the data analysis, सब आ गया उसमें. देन यू हैव फाइंडिंग साइकिल, फाइंडिंग अगेन इन 2 parts. आई फाइंडिंग्स आपने अपनी बताया जो घर से लेके आए थे, और यहाँ क्रिएट करोगे सबके आधार पे, सबके वीनेस की भावना ला के, वो हम कहेंगे वी साइकिल. ठीक है. वी अपना बताया आपने, वी फाइंडिंग्स, वी साइकिल ने वी फाइंडिंग्स बताया आपने. Then we have number 5, which is recommendation cycle, which is going to be based on your past, present, futures. You're thinking globally but acting locally, based on your socio-economic, cultural conditions. ये सब के आधार पे आप पॉलिसी मेकर बन के recommendations देंगे. And finally, the last is called the reflection cycle, where you will reflect on, चिंतन मनन करोगे कि हमने जो आज सीखा है, अपने mental models को examine करते हुए, क्या वो हमारी theme of the conference से मिलता है, हमारा title of the paper, कि हम कुछ ही बोल के जा रहे हैं. हमारी नई लर्निंग क्या हुई है और हमने क्या जो भी हमने प्रेजेंटेशन किया है क्या वो एथिकल है कि नहीं है, वैल्यू बेस्ड है कि नहीं है. And finally, dialogue as a mode of paper presentation, is it effective or not? If yes, why? If not, why? इस पे भी आप चिंतन मनन करेंगे. With this, I conclude that we have learned how to make our paper presentation through the dialogue mode. And I presume that we have understood. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam, for a very comprehensive discussion idea that you provided us to all the participants regarding the more details modality of dialogue mode of presentation. I hope all the participants will follow it into letter and spirit so that the dialogue mode of presentation can be effective. So now I would like to
Excuse me, 1 minute. चूंकि ये हाइब्रिड हमारी ये कॉन्फ्रेंस हाइब्रिड मोड में है, तो जो पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन है कुछ लोग बाहर से भी करेंगे, कुछ अपने वहाँ पे आपके पास फेस टू फेस करेंगे. तो जब जो मॉडरेटर्स हैं उनके लिए इंस्ट्रक्शन है, मॉडरेटर्स अपना जब बच्चों के साथ क्लास जब प्रेजेंटेशन वालों के साथ रहेंगे तो मॉडरेटर्स पहले ही अनाउंस कर देंगे कि जो आप प्रेजेंटेशन करने जा रहे हैं, इस प्रेजेंटेशन को करने के लिए आप अपने अपने लैपटॉप्स को खोल लीजिए और आप अपने कैमरास को खोल लीजिए ताकि सबको देख सकें, चाहे वो बाहर से कर रहे हैं, ऑनलाइन कर रहे हैं या फेस टू फेस कर रहे हैं. प्लीज रिमेंबर दिस, नंबर 1. नंबर 2, moderators are not to show their keenness कि हमें इतना आता है. तुम्हें जब बच्चों को बहुत जरूरत हो, फंस रहे हैं बिल्कुल कि भाई अब नहीं समझ में आ रहा है, तब आप उनको इंटरवीन करके उनको बताइए. लेकिन आप अपनी स्कॉलरशिप मत दिखाइए कि हमें बहुत आता है डायलॉग. You are not meant for that. You are meant to facilitate people who will be learning they've learned something new, they will have difficulties, and you are going to be a guide to them, a facilitator. So thank you very much. With this, I'm sorry I had to intervene again, but remember this, moderators.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam. Very pertinent information that you gave to all the moderators. So yes, dear all the moderators as well as the participants, sincere request that you keep your video on and follow all the instructions of this mode of presentation. So now we have already shared the detailed presentation group wise. Group wise link has already been created, and now it will just start. So I request all the participants to join as per the theme, as per their respective themes in their respective groups by their Google Meet that we have link that we have already provided. So without taking much time, I would like to thank Madam Plessy once again, and please all the moderators, please proceed for your this dialogue presentation. So thank you all.